Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. I grew up in a family that never entertained discussions about the paranormal. My father, mother, and elder brother, who lives in Delhi, are all skeptics. They don't believe in ghosts, spirits, or anything remotely supernatural. In our house, such topics are dismissed as nonsense. Everyone is highly religious, and there has never been any history of supernatural occurrences in our family. Our house is a 2-story building, and my room is on the upper floor. Right outside my room is the terrace, which I often use for fresh air or relaxation. Our neighbor's house is almost identical to ours, with a similar terrace structure. In the middle of our colony, there is a large, beautiful park lined with tall trees surrounded by houses. The first time something strange happened was on September 9th of last year. I remember the date clearly because I was preparing for my half-yearly physics exam the next day. I had been studying since 5 in the morning, and by 10:30 at night, I was exhausted. I decided to take a break, stretch my legs, and get some fresh air. Stepping out onto the terrace, I found the night cool and peaceful. A soft breeze was blowing, and the CFL bulb cast just enough light for me to see my surroundings. As I paced back and forth, trying to clear my mind, my eyes drifted toward my neighbor's terrace. They had a small cemented shade covering their staircase, creating a wall-like structure. That's when I saw it. A black silhouette moved from one end of the wall to the other. I froze. At first, I thought I was imagining things. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. It was still there. The dark figure moved back and forth, as if pacing. My heart began to race, but I told myself it was just exhaustion playing tricks on me. I had been studying nonstop for hours. I shrugged it off and went back to my room, locking the door behind me. A week passed. My exams kept me busy, and the memory of that night faded. I didn't return to the terrace for a while. Then, towards the end of the month, it happened again. This time, my exams were over, and I was feeling light and carefree. It was around 9 p.m. when I decided to go up to the terrace for some fresh air. I had just taken a nice shower, and the night was calm. As I stood there, enjoying the silence, my eyes once again drifted to the neighbor's terrace. The silhouette was back. A chill ran down my spine. This time, I wasn't just startled, I was terrified. But instead of running inside, I forced myself to look carefully. I could make out the outline of a man, not his full body, but his upper torso and broad shoulders. He was moving constantly, pacing the length of the wall. I told myself it had to be a trick of the light, but something inside me knew better. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and counted to 3. When I opened them again, the figure was still there. My mind raced, searching for an explanation. Could it be my own shadow? No, the distance between the 2 terraces was too great, and I was standing still while it moved. Was it a shadow cast by someone on the road? Impossible. The road below was deserted, and the wall was too high for a shadow to reach there. Maybe it was the trees in the park? No, there was no wind that night, and the trees weren't even directly in front of the house. There was no logical explanation. Panic gripped me, and I bolted inside my room. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt as though a weight had lifted off my chest. The fear that had gripped me moments ago was suddenly gone, replaced by a sense of safety. Maybe it had something to do with my puja ghar prayer room, which was connected to my room, or the pictures of deities that hung on my walls. The next morning, I wanted answers. I couldn't directly ask my neighbors if they had seen anything. It would sound ridiculous, and my parents would never allow such conversations. Instead, I casually asked my mother about them. That's when she told me they had gone on vacation the previous night. They weren't home. There was no one on that terrace. I told my mother about what I had seen. She didn't react much, dismissing it as my imagination. "You were tired," she said. "You must have been seeing things." But she did give me a locket with Lord Krishna's image on it, reassuring me that the power of the Lord would protect me. I tried to forget about it. Weeks passed. The silhouette never appeared again, and I convinced myself that maybe I really had imagined it. Then, in early December, my best friend Kritika came over for a sleepover. Kritika has always been sensitive to things most people don't notice. Since childhood, she has claimed to see figures out of the corner of her eye. She is an empath, easily affected by the emotions and energies around her. That night, we went to the terrace with 2 mugs of hot chocolate, chatting and laughing. The night was peaceful, and I had completely put the past behind me. Then, Kritika stopped talking mid-sentence. Her face lost all color as she stared across the terrace. I followed her gaze, and my blood turned to ice. The silhouette was there. For a moment neither of us moved. My breath caught in my throat. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. Then I looked at Kritika. She was frozen, her eyes locked on the figure. She wasn't just seeing it, she was feeling something. I called her name once. No response. Twice. Nothing. By the 3rd time, sheer panic took over, and I shook her violently by the shoulders. She snapped out of it. Without a word, she grabbed my hand and pulled me inside. We locked the door behind us. She was trembling. I asked her what had happened, why she had reacted like that. She told me that the moment she saw the figure, she felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. It wasn't fear, but something deeper, something unexplainable. It was as if she was being pulled into it, drowning in its energy. We went straight to the puja ghar and prayed. Only then did the fear begin to fade. The next morning, we finally told my mother. She was worried, though she still found it hard to believe. She told us not to fear and to trust in the power of God. Later, we approached our neighbors, casually bringing up the topic without sounding too serious. They told us they had never experienced anything strange and that no one was on the terrace at that time. It was a dead end. Months passed. Kritika came over several times, and each time we watched, waited. But the silhouette never returned. We thanked God for sending it away, whatever it was. But even now, when I think back to that night, to the pacing figure, the way Kritika stood there, as if in a trance, I still don't know what I saw. And I still can't explain it. When I got a new job in April 2011, I had to shift to Chandigarh. Before moving there, I stayed with my in-laws for a few days. Once in Chandigarh, I found a paying guest accommodation. The place was comfortable, and my landlady was incredibly kind, almost like a mother to me. My stay was meant to last only 5 months because my husband was due for a transfer, and once he arrived, we would get our official accommodation. For the first month, everything was normal. My routine was simple: go to work, return in the evening, have dinner with my landlady downstairs, spend some time surfing the internet, and then go to bed. Power cuts were frequent, a common occurrence in India, but they never really bothered me. I would wake up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat due to the lack of electricity, but I never felt scared. The house had a peaceful vibe, or so I thought. Then, something changed. It was the middle of May, and the summer heat was unbearable. That night, as expected, the power went out. My room was on the terrace, and the heat trapped inside was suffocating. Unable to bear it, I grabbed a bedsheet and went outside to sleep in the open air. I slept well. The next day, the power cut happened again, and remembering how peaceful it had been the previous night, I chose to sleep on the terrace once more. That was the first time I saw him. I was half asleep when I felt a presence around me. I opened my eyes slightly and saw a gray mass hovering above me. It had the face of a man with a mustache. He was staring at me. His expression was unreadable, but there was something cold and dismissive in the way he looked at me. Almost as if he disapproved of my presence, as if I didn't belong there. Then, just as quickly as he had appeared, he was gone. I was confused but too exhausted to process it. Instead of panicking, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. The next night was different. The weather had turned stormy, and the wind howled through the terrace. The sky flashed with lightning, casting eerie shadows around me. The power was out, and I lay awake, feeling uneasy. Something wasn't right. The night after that, I decided to sleep inside. I had begun to feel uncomfortable on the terrace, and the image of the mustached man kept lingering in my mind. That morning, just before dawn, I had my first real encounter. I was asleep on my side when I suddenly felt something climbing over me. At first, it was just a light pressure, but within seconds, it grew heavier and heavier, as if something was sitting on me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Panic set in. I tried to scream, but my voice wouldn't come out. My limbs were frozen, trapped under the invisible weight. It felt deliberate, as if something wanted to hold me down, to crush me. Desperately, my mind reached for something, anything, to break free. That's when I remembered Hanumanji. I forced myself to start reciting Hanuman Chalisa in my head. As I did, the weight began to lighten. The more I chanted, the weaker the force became, until suddenly, I was free. I gasped, bolting upright in bed. The room was empty. The next day, I tried to dismiss it as a bad dream. But then, it happened again. The exact same feeling. Something heavy pressing down on me, refusing to let me move. Each time, I could only break free by praying. It always happened in the early morning, around 4:30 or 5 a.m. I decided I couldn't stay alone anymore. From that night on, I slept downstairs at my landlady's place. I told myself it was just exhaustion, stress from work, maybe even my imagination. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right in that room. A few weeks later, my husband came to Chandigarh and stayed with me in the paying guest accommodation before we shifted to our official house. Since he was there, I decided it was safe to sleep in the terrace room again. The first night went by without incident. The second night, my husband had to leave early for his physical training. He left before dawn, and after locking the door, I went back to sleep. Then, it happened again. The same crushing weight on my body. The same paralysis. This time, I was terrified. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My breath was shallow, and I could feel my chest being pushed down. I started chanting Hanuman Chalisa as fast as I could. As soon as I reached the middle of the prayer, the weight began to lift. For the first time, I saw it move. A white mist slipped through the door, vanishing into the hallway. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. A woman's giggle. It was soft, almost playful, like someone enjoying a cruel joke. This time, I was sure. I wasn't imagining it. That morning, I asked my landlady if she had ever experienced anything strange in the room. She simply shook her head and said nothing had ever happened there. We soon shifted to a guest house before moving into our permanent accommodation. But it didn't stop. One night, while my husband was away on tour, the paralysis happened again. That wasn't the worst part. One night, as I lay in bed, I opened my eyes and saw a face inches away from mine. It was not human. It was covered in ash, with mad, paranoid eyes and long, dirty hair. I screamed. My husband woke up, shaking me, telling me it was just a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. And then, there was one last thing. One morning, my husband left early for training. I was still in bed, half asleep, when the doorbell rang. I heard his voice. "Get the door," he said. I mumbled sleepily. "You get it." "I'm not going," he replied. A moment later, the bell rang again. I asked him what time it was. 8 o'clock, he answered. I sighed, finally getting up to open the door. But when I turned, he wasn't there. The bed was empty. The voice I had heard, the voice I knew was his, wasn't real. Shaken, I opened the door. My husband was standing there. I checked the clock. It was exactly 8 o'clock. I don't know what I heard that morning. I don't know who spoke to me in his voice. I never told anyone. I was too afraid they would laugh. But I know what I felt. And I know what I saw. That summer night, a few months ago, I was overwhelmed with exhaustion, not just physically, but emotionally. The weight of my thoughts felt unbearable, and I was sinking into a deep, suffocating sadness. I didn't know what to do or where to turn. In a desperate attempt to clear my mind, I decided to go for a walk, hoping that the fresh air might offer me some relief. There are 2 parks near my house. I chose the one closest to me, even though I knew going to a park at night wasn't exactly the safest idea. But I had been there before, and it was always deserted. The park was bordered by a school on one side and a row of houses on the other, separated by a vast field with a walking path around it. Anyone from those houses would have to go out of their way to enter the park at that time of night. I walked through the quiet space and found myself drawn to the swings. Sitting there, I tilted my head back and gazed up at the sky, my mind still restless, yet somewhat soothed by the cool night air. The world around me was still except for the occasional rustling of a stray fox and the distant hum of passing cars. I don't know how long I sat there before I heard it, the gate creaking open on the opposite side of the park. I looked up and immediately felt my stomach drop. A tall, hooded figure had entered. He didn't hesitate, didn't glance around as if searching for something, he just walked straight toward me. I didn't wait to find out what he wanted. I bolted up from the swing and rushed toward the entrance. As I moved, I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was closer. Panic shot through my veins like fire. I pushed open the park gate and ran as fast as I could toward the main road. There was no one around, no one to hear me if I screamed. I had to get somewhere visible, somewhere safe. I sprinted until I reached the streetlights. My breath came in ragged gasps as I turned to look behind me. For a moment, there was nothing. Then he appeared. He stood at a distance, watching me. Then, without a word, he simply turned and walked away at a slow, casual pace, as if nothing had happened. I never saw his face, but I saw his clothes, a gray hoodie, the fabric blending into the night. Just when I thought I was safe, something even more unsettling happened. A black van pulled up to the curb. The doors swung open, and a group of young men, all dressed in black, stepped out. They saw me. And they smiled. My heart pounded against my ribs. I didn't wait to see what they wanted. I ran. Faster than I ever had before. Only when I was home, safe behind a locked door, did I realize what had just happened. If that hooded figure hadn't appeared in the park when he did, I would have stayed there longer. Long enough for those men to find me there, alone, with no way to escape. And that terrified me more than anything. Was the hooded figure there to harm me? Or had he been there to scare me away, on purpose? I didn't know. I still don't. It reminded me of the time I saw the Shadow Man, an experience that had left me shaken for days. There have been too many moments like that, times when I felt like I wasn't alone, like someone, or something, was watching over me. One February morning, I saw something so strange that I still can't explain it. I had just woken up and was looking out my window when I noticed a brilliant red flower on a tree branch. It stood out among the dead brown leaves, almost glowing in the morning light. For a moment, I thought it was a cardinal, a red bird perched on the branch. But when I looked closer, I saw that it was a flower. A strange, beautiful bloom that looked like a mix between a rose and a poppy. Then I blinked. And it was gone. Another time, I was letting my dog outside when I noticed something else, something small, yet impossible to ignore. It had just started raining, and the pavement was slick with water. Right in front of me, lying perfectly still on the wet ground, was a pure white feather. It had barely any raindrops on it, as if it had just fallen seconds before I opened the door. There have been too many signs, too many moments that I can't explain. I decided to try reaching out to my guardian angel. I read that one way to do so was to sit outside with your back against a tree, close your eyes, and picture yourself in a sacred place. So I did exactly that. The crisp autumn breeze helped me zone out, and I focused on my breathing. I half expected to see some indistinct figure in my mind, something blurry and formless. But I saw nothing. Instead, I heard footsteps. They were coming toward me, slow but deliberate. I opened my eyes, expecting to see someone nearby. But there was no one there. I tried this 3 different times. And each time, I heard the same footsteps getting closer. But when I opened my eyes, the sound would stop. I told myself it was an animal, maybe someone in a nearby yard. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Then, just a few nights ago, I had a dream that felt disturbingly real. In my dream, I couldn't breathe. A figure, their face hidden, reached out and touched my throat with cold fingertips. They said, "I can feel nothing." Then they told me that I could breathe if I wanted to. Even though I felt like I was truly suffocating, their words made no sense. Then they moved closer. Too close. And I woke up, gasping for air. I could still feel their cold fingertips on my neck. And then, just 4 nights ago, something else happened. I had been suffering from intense back pain for a week. I could barely eat, and my parents were worried it might be another kidney infection. I was desperate for relief. Lying in bed, unable to get comfortable, I silently begged my angel for help. I didn't expect anything to happen. But something did. A warm feeling crept up my spine, numbing the pain. The warmth spread down my arms, my legs, my entire body. I was overwhelmed. I knew, with absolute certainty, that someone, had answered me. Overcome with gratitude, I whispered, "I love you." And in response, I felt a gentle pressure on my lips. It was subtle, just the faintest tingling sensation. But I knew it was them. The moment I felt it, I softly asked, "Please don't kiss me." The tingling sensation faded, almost as if my angel had understood. That night, for the first time in days, I fell asleep peacefully. I don't know how to explain these things. I don't know why they happened to me. But I know this. I have never been alone. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When my mother bought an older house in Hillsdale, New York about 13 years ago, we were both drawn to its charm. It was a Greek revival, around 175 years old, a beautiful house with a rich history. The previous owners had used it only as a vacation home, but for my mother and me, it became our permanent residence. At the time, my son had just been born with severe health problems, so I spent most of my time at the hospital. Because of that, I didn't actually spend a single night in the house until about a month after we moved in. The first time I was alone in the house, something happened that I still can't explain. I was sitting in a small room off the dining room, which we used as an office, talking to a friend on the phone and browsing the internet. It was quiet, peaceful, normal. Then, a strange beeping noise started coming from the kitchen. It was high-pitched, fast, and continuous, an unnatural sound that immediately made me uneasy. Curious, I walked into the kitchen, phone still in hand, and my eyes landed on the digital clock on the stove. It was going crazy. The numbers were flashing erratically, as if someone was turning the dial over and over, but the dial wasn't moving. It was as if an invisible hand was twisting it back and forth. I looked around the house, thinking there was some kind of electrical issue, but nothing else seemed off. The lights worked fine, my computer was still running, and there was no power surge. But all the while, the beeping wouldn't stop. Minutes passed, and a cold, creeping feeling set in. I told my friend I would call her back, grabbed my things, and walked out of the house. I took my time, strolling to the store down the block, trying to shake off the weird feeling. By the time I got back, the noise had stopped. The clock was working perfectly fine. It never malfunctioned again. A few months later, I was at the house with my husband. My mother was upstairs, asleep, and we were folding laundry in that same little office room. Then, out of nowhere, we both heard it, a woman's voice. "Hello?" It was loud and clear as day, coming from the dining room, just outside the room we were in. We froze. Without saying a word, we looked at each other, both registering the same thought: we are not alone. After a moment of stunned silence, we decided it was time to go to bed. But before heading upstairs, I checked in on my mother, just to be sure. She was sound asleep. That wasn't the only time I felt something unseen in the house. At night, whenever I got up to use the bathroom, I would feel a presence on the upstairs landing. It was so strong that I had to pause before stepping out, convinced that someone was about to walk through the door. But no one ever did. Years passed, and I eventually moved into the back bedroom with my mother. The room overlooked the garden, and everything was calm, until one night. We were outside with a friend when my mother suddenly stiffened. "Who's in your room?" she asked, eyes locked on the upstairs window. I turned, following her gaze. The window was empty. No movement. No one inside. She shook her head, dismissing it. "Must have been a trick of the light." But then, the windows slammed shut. That same bedroom had a small nightlight because it got pitch black at night. But the nightlight started malfunctioning. It would turn on for a minute, then off for a minute. At first, I chalked it up to a faulty wire, but soon I noticed something else. One night, I lay in bed when suddenly, from the corner of the room, a bright white light appeared. It floated near the ceiling, darting around the room before zipping out the door. At first, I thought it was a firefly, but then I realized, fireflies aren't pure white, and they don't move that fast. Another time, while sweeping the front bedroom, I bent over to use the dustpan. My back was to the landing. That's when I felt it. Something brushed against my lower back. It was soft, like a cat's tail, but there were no cats in the house. Even if there had been, it was too high to be a cat. Despite all these strange occurrences, my mother never experienced anything herself. She was open-minded about the paranormal, but had never felt or seen anything. Still, there was something undeniable about that house. If I stood at the top of the stairs, I often felt dizzy, as if the ground beneath me was off balance. My mother actually fell down the stairs once. And the animals? They would sit in the hallway, staring up at the stairs as if they saw something that we couldn't. Then came the renovations. My mother decided to redo the kitchen, dining room, and small office. And that's when it felt like someone was in the house all the time. One night, we were downstairs watching TV. The dog and cat were with us, curled up peacefully. Then, a massive bang shook the house. We jumped. The animals leapt up, both staring toward the stairs. I forced myself to move, to go see what had happened. When I got to the upstairs landing, I saw it. A box of Christmas ornaments sat in the middle of the hallway. It had been on the bed in the back bedroom. It had somehow moved 15 feet. That was the final straw. We decided to talk to the spirit. We explained that the house had been falling apart, that we were only trying to make it better. We told whoever was there that we meant no harm. After that, things quieted down. Later, we discovered the truth about the house. An older woman had once lived there, confined to the back bedroom, the same one my mother and I stayed in. She had died there 50 years ago. Even now, I wonder if she ever truly left. When my husband and I moved into a family-owned house not far from my parents, I felt hopeful. Since I have the ability to see spirits and other paranormal things, I always made sure to walk through a house before deciding whether or not I wanted to live there. This time, the walkthrough was completely clear, no sign of anything. That was a first for us, and it gave me a sense of relief. After moving in, life settled into routine. My husband worked night shifts, which meant I was alone most of the day and night. I spent my time unpacking and getting things in order. One night, I was in the kitchen, sorting through a box of plates. I washed them, put them into the cabinet, and turned around to start on another box. When I turned back, the plates were back in the box. I frowned. Had I imagined putting them away? Was I just tired? I shook it off and placed them back into the cabinet, deciding not to dwell on it. After finishing the kitchen and cleaning up the mess from unpacking, I finally crawled into bed and fell asleep almost immediately. At 4 a.m., music started playing. It was faint, but unmistakable. The sound was coming from the attic. I got out of bed, walked to the stairs, and slowly opened the door leading up to the attic. The air felt heavier as I stepped onto the landing. I peered over the banister. Nothing. I searched for a music box or radio, anything that could have accidentally turned on. There was nothing. The attic was silent. Brushing it off as my imagination, I went back to bed. For about a month, nothing else happened. I was thankful for the peace. But that peace was short-lived. At around 3 months in, the activity in the house became undeniable. Something was there. I could feel it, but I couldn't see it. And whatever it was, it didn't want to be seen. One night, my husband was back at work, and I was sitting on the couch watching TV when a massive crash came from the attic. The sound was so loud it shook the house. My heart pounded as I rushed to the kitchen, grabbing a knife before making my way toward the attic stairs. I threw open the door. It slammed against the wall from the force. As I climbed the steps, I felt it, a hand on my back. It wasn't a hard push, but it was enough to make me stumble. I sucked in a sharp breath, forcing myself to keep going. I scanned the attic. Nothing was out of place. No boxes had fallen. No objects were scattered. But something caught my eye, a hole in the back wall. I hurried back downstairs to grab my husband's flashlight and returned to the attic. Slowly, I shined the light into the hole. What I found chilled me to the bone. Inside the wall was a human skeleton. I screamed, bolting down the stairs, my body trembling as I grabbed my phone and called the police. Then I called my husband at work. The police arrived before my husband did. He had to wait for his replacement before leaving. I sat on the couch, explaining to the sheriff what had happened, going over it again and again. One question stood out. "What made you look inside the hole?" I hesitated. I didn't know. Something drew me to it. I had just been looking for the source of the noise. By the time my husband got home, the house was crawling with officers. He walked in just as they were bringing out the skeleton. A few weeks later, the police gave us an update. The remains belonged to a 12-year-old boy. His cause of death was determined to be murder. The crime lab reconstructed his skull, and the face they came up with matched a missing persons report from 30 years ago. His name was John. The question that haunted me was, how did John end up in our house? Not long after his discovery, I started seeing the spirits in the house. There were 3 of them, a man, a woman, and a little boy. The boy was John. The man was Oliver. The woman was Lily. Oliver was a cruel man, and as it turned out, he was also a distant relative of my husband's family. Lily was his wife, but I got the distinct feeling that she was protecting us from Oliver. John was Oliver's illegitimate son. He had cheated on Lily, and when John came to him seeking acknowledgement, Oliver killed him. John had no living family left, except for me, my mother, and my grandmother. We knew we had to give him a proper burial. We did. After the funeral, John moved on. He was finally at peace. The next morning, the house felt lighter, but I wasn't free yet. That night, after my husband left for work, I cleaned the house and went to bed. I felt someone watching me. Assuming it was Oliver, I forced myself to wake up. But when I opened my eyes, it wasn't Oliver. A man stood in the doorway. His hands and feet were hooves, and his head was that of a goat. I couldn't breathe. I just stared. Then it vanished. The next night, I lay in bed alone, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it. That's when it happened. A knife flew through the air, landing on my pillow. My body went cold. I bolted out of bed and ran to the porch, shaking uncontrollably. When my husband came home early that night, he found me sitting outside, my entire body trembling. "What happened?" he asked. I told him. That was our last night in the house. Since I'm a medium, I will always see spirits. I will always feel them, hear them. But I refuse to live in a house where a ghost tried to kill me. When I was pregnant with my daughter, who is now 23 years old, I started to feel an overwhelming, evil presence around me all the time. It was as if someone was constantly watching me, even when I was completely alone in my apartment. My boyfriend at the time worked 4 hours away, and on some days he wouldn't come home at all, staying in a hotel instead. I dreaded being home alone because this presence felt so strong, almost as if it hated me. One night, I was jolted awake from a deep sleep. I turned to look at the alarm clock, 3 a.m. At that exact moment, I felt something enter the room through the doorway. When I turned my head, I saw a dark figure, a shadowy silhouette of a woman. She had long, flowing hair and wore a dress that dragged behind her feet. Fear gripped me. I wanted to move, to run, to scream, but I was frozen. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched her glide across the room. She didn't seem to acknowledge my presence at all. She walked slowly to the small window across from my bed and just stood there, staring out into the darkness for what felt like half a minute. Then, as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone. At first, I convinced myself it was just a dream, a trick of my tired mind. But the next night, the same thing happened. Again at 3 a.m. She entered the room, walked across to the window, stared outside for a few moments, and then disappeared. This became a pattern. Every night at the same time, she would return, except for the nights when my boyfriend was home. For 3 months, this terrifying cycle continued. Each time, she followed the same routine. But one night, things changed. That night, I woke up as usual at 3 a.m., expecting to see her repeat her usual movements. But this time, when she reached the window, she didn't stop. She turned. Slowly, she began walking towards me. Paralyzed with fear, I couldn't look away. She moved with an eerie grace, inching closer until she reached my bed. Then, she sat down on the edge. I felt the weight of her body pressing into the mattress. She leaned forward until her face was just inches above mine. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes, to wake up from whatever nightmare this was, but I couldn't. Her face remained shadowy, featureless, just pure darkness. And then, in a whisper so chilling it sent ice through my veins, she spoke. "I will never leave you." That was it. I snapped. A blood-curdling scream ripped from my throat. I screamed so loudly that my neighbors rushed to my door, knocking frantically, thinking I was being attacked. That night was the last time I ever saw her. Years later, 5 years passed. I never saw her again, and I thought she was just a horrible memory from my past. But then, something strange started happening with my daughter. As she got older, I noticed that she would often talk to herself. At first, I assumed it was just the way children play with imaginary friends, but over time, I began to suspect that there was something more to it. One day, just before her 6th birthday, she came up to me and asked a question that made my heart stop. "Mom, why do people have glowing lights around them? And why are they different colors?" I had no idea what she meant. I had only ever heard of auras as being black or white, but the way she spoke made it sound like she could actually see them. Intrigued, I did some research and learned that auras do, in fact, come in different colors, each with its own meaning. She later told me that she sometimes saw people that no one else could see, and that some of them were scary. It was clear that she had a gift, one that I didn't fully understand. As she grew older, her abilities became even stronger. She could sense things before they happened, especially when something bad was about to occur. She could also pick up energy from objects. Just by touching something, she could sense things about the person who owned it. Then, something happened that I never expected. When my daughter was 16, she asked to borrow the lamp from my bedroom because the light in her room had gone out, and we didn't have a spare bulb. I gave it to her without thinking much of it. The next morning, she came into my room holding the lamp, her face pale. "Mom," she said, "there's a woman attached to this lamp." A chill ran down my spine. She went on to describe the woman in detail. Long hair, a long dress, and a dark presence. The exact same figure I had seen all those years ago when I was pregnant with her. She told me that this woman was evil, and she believed she was attached to me for some reason. I was in complete shock. I had never told my daughter about what I had experienced. Not once. And yet, here she was, describing the same entity that had haunted me so many years ago. I had assumed that whatever that thing was, it had left me alone. But apparently it had meant what it said that night. I will never leave you! Yet I have not seen her again. I don't feel her presence. I don't know why something like this would have latched onto me or if it still lingers. But I have always found it strange that she only ever appeared at 3 a.m. To this day, I see and sense things that others don't, but that woman with the long hair, she is the only one who has ever spoken to me. And I will never forget her. I've always known that the woods in Mechanicsville were haunted. Whether it was the eerie feeling of being watched, the strange things I had seen, or the stories I had heard from my mother's friends, there was always something unsettling about them. The trailer I was renting backed up against a vast wooded area, bordered by several Amish farms. It was quiet, isolated, and, as I would soon learn, home to something terrifying. One particular night, I woke up suddenly. My eyes darted to the alarm clock, 2:33 a.m. A chill crept down my spine as an overwhelming feeling of being watched settled over me. My heart pounded as I turned toward my window, where a dark shadow loomed. At first, I thought maybe one of my friends was outside trying to get my attention. Cautiously, I leaned closer to the window and peered out into the darkness. No one was there. At least, that's what I thought. Just as I was about to pull away, I saw them, two glowing red eyes deep within the tree line. They moved back and forth, pacing along the edge of the woods, never stepping out of the shadows. My breath caught in my throat. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. I rubbed them and blinked a few times, but the eyes were still there, watching me. Despite every instinct telling me to stay inside, I reached for my flashlight, determined to see what was out there. But before I could even reach the front door, a loud, thunderous banging echoed along the entire side of my trailer. It sounded like something, or someone, was running their hands against the metal siding as they sprinted past. I froze. My blood turned cold. I had planned to go outside, but fear gripped me so tightly that I couldn't move. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to meet it face to face. Night after night, the same thing happened. No one believed me. Every time I told someone about the red eyes, the pacing, or the banging, they brushed it off as my imagination. That is, until a friend of mine, curious and skeptical, decided she needed to see it for herself. She was convinced that it was all in my head and insisted she wouldn't believe it unless she experienced it firsthand. So, I invited her over. Before she arrived, I warned her that at exactly 2:33 a.m., it would happen. We spent the night talking, and I shared some of my other eerie experiences. Every so often, I glanced at the clock, waiting for the moment. When the time came, I turned to her. "Look outside," I told her. She hesitated, then moved closer to the window. The moment her eyes landed on the tree line, she gasped. She saw them. The same glowing red eyes, pacing restlessly, just as I had described. Terror flooded her face. She stepped away from the window, visibly shaken. 10 minutes later, just as she was preparing to leave, the banging started, loud and forceful, rattling against the walls of the trailer. That was enough for her. She refused to go outside, too scared to even step onto the porch. She decided to stay until morning, unwilling to risk whatever lurked in the woods. After that night, she never spoke to me again. She ignored my calls, refused my invitations, and even avoided our mutual friends when they planned to visit me. Whatever she saw that night, it had terrified her so much that she wanted nothing to do with me or my trailer ever again. The eyes continued to haunt me for months. Over time, I grew used to the nightly noises, The pacing, the distant knocking, the occasional whisper of something moving just outside my window. Eventually, I became so accustomed to it that I could sleep through it. And that's when things escalated. It seemed that ignoring it only angered whatever was lurking in the woods. The knocking turned into pounding. The sounds weren't just on one wall anymore. They came from my doors, windows, and walls all at the same time. It was as if something was surrounding the entire trailer, trying to force its way in. One night, I had had enough. Frustrated, I stormed outside and confronted the red eyes. I didn't know what I expected to happen, but standing there, staring into the darkness, I felt something I had never felt before. A voice, not my own, whispered in my mind. "Run inside. Lock the door. Run inside. Lock the door." Over and over again, the voice repeated the same chilling warning. My heart pounded as an overwhelming sense of dread flooded me. Without thinking, I turned and sprinted back inside, slamming the door shut behind me. The moment I locked it, the entire trailer shook violently. The doorknob twisted and rattled as if someone, or something, was trying to break in. I had never been so terrified in my life. Desperate for answers, I turned to a friend whose mother practiced the dark arts, witchcraft, Wicca, things I had never taken seriously before. She claimed she could summon a guardian spirit to protect me from the being in the woods. I didn't believe her, but at that point, I was willing to try anything. She told me that if the guardian spirit accepted, I would know. "You'll hear a gentle knock on your window," she said, "and you'll see his shadow outside, blocking the moonlight." 2 nights later, it happened. A soft tapping at my window woke me from my sleep. My breath hitched as I turned to look, and there it was, a massive shadow, so large it nearly blacked out the moonlight. I knew then that the guardian had arrived. The red eyes still lingered, but they no longer came as close. The knocking on the trailer stopped. Over time, I realized that this guardian was different from what I had expected. He wasn't just a protector, he was a trickster. He liked to mess with me, playing harmless pranks like turning on my TV, moving objects around, or whispering things I couldn't quite understand just to wake me up. But he never made me feel afraid. Not once. I started calling him Kinto. To this day, he is still with me. Whenever I go out at night, my shadow is bigger than it should be. It doesn't follow the light the way it should. In fact, I have 2 shadows. I love watching the reaction of my friends when they see it for the first time. The look of pure confusion, the nervous laughter, the disbelief. They don't know what to say. But I do. "Kinto's just saying hello." I have always been able to sense things that others couldn't. Since I was a child, strange things have happened around me, things I couldn't explain, things that made me feel like I was connected to something beyond the world we see. My mother always told me that I had a certain energy, one that spirits were drawn to. She was the same way, so she understood what I was experiencing in a way others didn't. My family bought our house in central Delaware in the early 1980s, long before I was born. The house itself was much older, built in 1900, a part of the historic district. It had a long history, and sometimes, old houses carry more than just memories. My mother made a few renovations after moving in, and then I was born. I spent my entire childhood in that house until we moved to southern Delaware right before I started high school. Even though we moved, my family never sold the house. It stayed in our possession, empty for long periods, waiting. Now, as an adult, I live there again. My mother turned it into a duplex, renting out one side while I moved into the other with my boyfriend and a few of his friends. Even though the layout changed, something about the house remained the same. The air still carried a weight, as if the past was never truly gone. One of my earliest and most vivid experiences happened when I was around 8 years old. It was a normal school night. My mother had tucked me into bed at my usual time, and nothing about the night seemed unusual. Sometime later, I woke up. I wasn't sure why, but I remember how silent the house was. The hall light outside my bedroom door had been turned off, and the only light came from the street lamp outside, casting a faint glow through my window. As I adjusted to the darkness, my eyes landed on a figure standing at the foot of my bed. He was tall, dressed in a black suit with long coat tails. His white-gloved hands held a silver tray, perfectly balanced. He looked exactly like a butler from an old movie, stiff, formal, almost unnatural in his stillness. His eyes were locked on me, but his face showed no expression. I didn't scream. I didn't move. A part of me wondered if I was dreaming, and somehow, that thought kept me calm. I watched him as my eyes grew heavier, and before I knew it, I had drifted back to sleep. By morning, the memory felt distant, like a fading dream. I never told my mother. I never told anyone. Years passed, and I never saw him again. I grew up, moved away, left the house behind. For the longest time, I believed that whatever had happened that night was nothing more than my imagination. But then, something happened that made me question everything. About a year ago, I moved back into the house. Since it had been empty for a while, my mother and I spent time cleaning it up, getting it ready for new tenants. I would be renting one side, while she prepared the other. That day, we were in the attic, scrubbing the floors and walls. The attic had always been one of the most unique parts of the house, with a wooden spiral staircase leading up to it. After finishing up, I started to make my way down the stairs. The moment I stepped onto the second-floor landing, I froze. Down the hallway, I saw him. A man in a black suit, walking from the back bedroom to the front bedroom. I only caught a glimpse, just a few seconds, but it was enough to send my heart racing. Without thinking, I turned and ran back up the stairs. My hands were shaking as I grabbed onto the railing. I told my mother what I had seen, expecting her to dismiss it as exhaustion or an overactive imagination. But instead, she went quiet. Her face changed in a way I couldn't quite understand. Then she spoke. "A butler?" she asked. I nodded slowly, unsure of what to say. "Your sister saw him too," she continued. "When she was young, she told me that a butler used to stand in her bedroom at night, watching her." I stared at her, my breath catching in my throat. I had never told anyone about my experience, and yet my sister had seen the exact same thing. A realization settled over me. If she had seen him too, then that meant he wasn't a dream. He wasn't a trick of my imagination. He was real. Since moving back in, I haven't seen him again. But I feel him. Sometimes, when I'm alone upstairs, the air shifts. The back of my neck prickles, and I get the distinct sensation of being watched. The house is never truly empty, and now I know it never has been. Some things linger. Some things never leave. I live in a house with 8 souls. 4 of us are alive, my twin boys, my mother, and me. The other 4 are spirits, each connected to us in their own way. 3 of them are loved ones who returned as guardians, both of my grandmothers and my dear friend Charlie. The 4th is a little boy named Adam, who died in a fire in the house and remains bound to this place. Over the years, I've had my fair share of paranormal experiences, but whenever things get too strange, I turn to my closest friends for help. Jay, who is highly sensitive to spirits, but not quite able to communicate with them fully. Elaine, who is similar to me, though she has a deeper connection, especially with my maternal grandmother, who frequently communicates through her. And Tim, Elaine's husband, who is a full-fledged medium. They are my go-to group whenever something unexplainable happens. In 2012, before I had discovered who the spirits in my home were, before I had met Elaine and Tim, something happened that I could never quite understand. It started with a phone call in the middle of the night. I was asleep in what we call the pink room when my phone suddenly rang, pulling me out of a deep sleep. Disoriented, I grabbed my phone and answered. But there was no voice on the other end. Just white noise. The eerie sound of static and scratches filled my ear, and an overwhelming feeling of dread crept over me. My heart raced as I listened, trying to make sense of what I was hearing, but there was nothing except that strange, unsettling noise. It scared me so much that I quickly ended the call, but I couldn't go back to sleep. Even now, years later, I still think about that call. It left such an impression on me that I started putting my phone on silent at night, too afraid that I would receive another one. For a long time, I kept the experience to myself. I never told anyone about that night. Then, my younger sister started mentioning strange calls of her own. She would tell me how, in the middle of the night, her phone would ring, and when she answered, all she could hear was white noise. The moment she told me this, my entire body tensed. She had no idea that the same thing had happened to me. I had never spoken about it, yet here she was, experiencing the exact same thing. The more she described it, the more I realized that whatever had reached out to me that night hadn't stopped trying. It had moved on to her. Unlike me, she didn't seem as disturbed by it. She handled it better, or at least, that's what she wanted me to believe. But I knew my sister. I knew how afraid she was of the dark. She was the type to keep an eye light on even as an adult. If she wasn't scared, it could only mean one thing: her experiences weren't as intense as mine had been. At least, not yet. A few months passed, and then, in May of 2014, something changed. My mother started experiencing it. Every night, my father calls her, without fail. They talk about their day, check in with each other, and say goodnight. But one evening, while she was sitting in the pink room, something strange happened. Halfway through their conversation, the line was suddenly filled with loud white noise. The sound was so intense that my father assumed it was a bad connection and hung up. But the next night, the same thing happened. And then again. And again. At first, my mother brushed it off as interference, something easily explained. But soon, the noise started happening during all her calls, no matter who she was speaking to. What was even more disturbing was that the person on the other end could hear it too. It wasn't just static, there was something there. Something trying to break through. One night, after another failed call, my mother looked at me and said, "It sounded like there were gremlins on the line." By then, she was scared, and I knew we needed help. I reached out to Tim, hoping he could make sense of what was happening. After listening to everything that had happened, he told me that the presence behind the calls was a woman. She was older, possibly in her late 60s or early 70s. She was blood-related. She had been very ill when she passed, possibly in a comatose state. She had been trying to reach us for over 2 years. I sat there, stunned, trying to process his words. My mother and I racked our brains, trying to think of anyone in our family who matched that description. But no one came to mind. Still, Tim was certain. He insisted that she was directly related to my mother. What was even stranger was that my grandmother, who had passed years ago, was helping this woman. She was pushing her through, trying to get us to listen. Tim explained that this woman had first tried to contact me, but when I ignored her, she moved on to my sister. When that failed, she reached out to my mother. She was desperate to be heard, and the longer she was ignored, the more aggressive she became. "Imagine trying to speak for 2 years and no one listens to you," Tim said. "Wouldn't you be frustrated too?" He told my mother that the next time the call came, she needed to listen. He assured us that there was a voice hidden in the noise, but we had to be patient. That Saturday morning, my father called my mother as usual. When she hung up, she came to me, her face pale. "It happened again," she whispered. This time, she had listened carefully. And through the white noise, she heard a woman's voice. She spoke only 2 words. "Can you hear me?" Tim told us this was progress. She was breaking through. We just had to keep listening. Later that day, my mother asked me to call her from another phone while she sat in a different room. I dialed her number and waited. The phone rang and rang, but she wasn't answering. Then I heard it. "Hello? Hello?" The voice wasn't coming through my phone, it was coming from the house. I ended the call and walked to her room. "Did you answer?" I asked. She nodded. "Yes." I showed her my phone. "It never stopped ringing on my side." She told me to try again. The second time, the call connected normally. We talked for about a minute before the scratching started. Then the call cut out completely. A few nights later, I was lying in bed, on the edge of sleep, when I heard it again. A whisper. "Can you hear me now?" It was right in my ear. I opened my eyes and waited. Nothing else happened. When I told Tim about it, he wasn't surprised. "You weren't afraid," he said. I shook my head. "No." He nodded. "That's good. If she meant harm, she wouldn't have been allowed to get this close. Your grandmother and Charlie would have blocked her completely. She just wants to be heard." Since then, I've been listening. I don't know who she is, but I know she won't stop until we figure it out. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was home alone that night. My family had gone out with some of my in-laws who had driven up from Austin. It wasn't unusual for me to be by myself, and honestly, I didn't mind. We had been living in this house for nearly 2 years now, and being out in the country was one of my favorite things about it. There was a certain peace in the quiet, the open land, the distance from the city. But there were also stories. I had heard whispers about this house being haunted, about the old man who supposedly died in one of the rooms. No one ever told me exactly which room, and I had never taken the time to figure it out. I wasn't sure if I even believed it, but that night, alone in the dark, I was about to experience something that would make me question everything. I like keeping my house dark at night. It's just a habit. The dim glow of the TV was enough for me as I sat in my recliner, trying to watch something but mostly dozing off. The steady hum of the fan filled the silence, and the volume on the TV was low. I was drifting, barely awake, my eyes closing. Then, right in my ear, I heard it. "Daddy." My eyes flew open. My heart slammed against my ribs as I sat upright, wide-eyed, scanning the room. I looked toward the door of my bedroom, which stood wide open. The hallway beyond it was completely dark. The fan buzzed softly, its steady sound unchanged. But the air around me felt different. I heard it. I knew I did. But my family wasn't home yet. I got up slowly, my movements hesitant. My brain raced through every possibility. Maybe I had been dreaming. Maybe it was just the fan playing tricks on my ears. But something inside me knew that wasn't it. I stepped around the bar and into the kitchen, flipping on the light. The second I did, I heard it, the sound of footsteps on the wooden floor in the hallway. A slow, deliberate movement. My breath hitched. It could have been the house settling. At least, that's what I told myself. But my gut told me something else entirely. I peeked around the corner. The hallway was still dark, except for one thing. At the very end, inside the last bedroom, there was a faint glow. It wasn't the warm light of a lamp or the harsh brightness of a bulb. It was something softer, more muted, like the faint beams of a car's headlights filtering through a curtain. But that didn't make sense. There were no cars outside. No one had pulled up. I stood there, frozen. My mind filled with thoughts I didn't want to think. Any second now, something was going to step out of that room. A person. A ghost. Or worse. All 3 other doors in the hallway were open, 2 on the right, 1 on the left. The last room, the one with the glow, stood at the end. My stomach tightened as I tried to decide what to do. I thought about going in. I didn't. Instead, I walked back to my recliner, turned on the nearest light, and grabbed my phone. I called my family, asking when they'd be home. They said they were on their way, but they wouldn't be back for a while. I hung up, trying to push away the unease. Then I heard something else. A voice. At first, it was faint, almost blending with the hum of the fan. But as I listened, I realized it wasn't coming from inside the room. It was coming from outside. From the far end of the house. Whispers. 2 voices. A man and a woman. They weren't talking. They were arguing. The words were too muffled to make out, but I could hear the intensity. A sharp exchange, low but forceful. The longer I listened, the stranger it became. The voices weren't just getting louder, they were changing. The whispering morphed into growling, something deep, guttural, unnatural. It wasn't human anymore. I felt something in the pit of my stomach that I couldn't ignore. I went to my bedroom and grabbed the bat I kept under the bed. I wasn't leaving my house without knowing what was going on. Gripping the bat, I stepped back into the hallway. My breathing was slow, steady, but my pulse pounded in my ears. I edged toward the last room, my heart climbing higher into my throat with every step. Then I saw it. A shadow moved from the doorway into the room. It was unmistakable. A dark figure shifting just beyond the glow. I tightened my grip on the bat. My voice came out harsher than I intended. "Who the hell is that?" No answer. I stood there, waiting. Then, slowly, the shadow moved back toward the doorway. It was coming out. I didn't stay to see what it was. I ran. I bolted out of the house so fast I barely remembered unlocking the door. The moment I stepped outside, I forced myself not to turn back. Because I knew, if I looked, I might see a face staring at me through the window. I had seen faces in windows before. I didn't want to see another one. I stood outside, hands on my knees, catching my breath. My mind raced with everything that had just happened. The voice. The whispers. The argument. The growling. The shadow. Since that night, nothing has happened. Not like that anyway. I still hear the occasional cracking noises from my coffee table, like something is sitting on it. That started long before this, though, and I've always brushed it off. The house itself doesn't scare me. That night did. I tell myself that maybe, just maybe, it was lights from outside. That's a possibility, right? But the whispering? The walking? The growling? That's a different story. Spirits, energy, whatever you want to call it, they've always found a way to make themselves known to me. I don't know why. I guess I'm just cursed with this gift. When I was 16, my family and I took one of our regular trips from Las Vegas to California. We stayed at a Hilton in the LA area, nothing out of the ordinary for us. As usual, I had my own room attached to the main room, while my parents had theirs. It was a simple setup, something I had grown used to over the years. That first night, however, was anything but ordinary. I had trouble falling asleep, tossing and turning for hours. After a while, I gave up and sat up watching TV, trying to let the drowsiness take over. By the time I finally closed my eyes, it was nearly 2 in the morning. The exhaustion was pulling me under when suddenly, I heard something. Footsteps. They were heavy, deliberate. At first, I figured it was someone outside in the hallway, maybe another guest making their way to their room. But then came the breathing. It was deep, raspy, a slow, labored inhale and exhale, like someone struggling for air through a tube. It reminded me of Darth Vader, that same mechanical, suffocating sound. I groaned and turned over, trying to ignore it. People could be loud in hotels, and I wasn't in control of how much noise they made. But the sound didn't stop. In fact, it got closer. The footsteps, the breathing, it was moving toward me. I had encountered spirits before. Strange things had happened to me throughout my life, and I had learned to brush them off. I had never been particularly terrified by them, even when I was younger. But this? I wasn't prepared for what happened next. The footsteps stopped. But the breathing did not. I felt it. A hot breath ran down my neck. My body stiffened. My eyes shot open, and I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the air conditioner acting up. That had to be it. My parents were skeptics. They had always told me that ghosts weren't real. Maybe they were right. Maybe I had let my imagination get the best of me. I clung to that thought as I slowly turned my head, searching for the air vent that had to be near my bed. But there was nothing. The only vent was on the other side of the room. There was no possible way the air could be causing this sensation, no logical explanation for what I was feeling. The breathing continued. I didn't want to know what it was anymore. I leapt out of bed and threw on the lights. The moment the room was flooded with brightness, everything stopped. The breathing. the footsteps, the hot breath on my neck. I stood there, my pulse pounding in my ears, my chest rising and falling with shaky breaths. There was nothing there. No movement. No shadow. But the feeling in the air, the weight, the heaviness, was still there. I ran into my parents' room, nearly tripping over myself in my rush to get out of my own. They weren't pleased to be woken up in the middle of the night. They brushed off my panic, told me I had a nightmare. But I wasn't asleep when it happened. The breathing had continued long after I had opened my eyes. The footsteps had stopped next to my bed. I begged them to let me sleep in their room. I didn't care if it was on a chair, the couch, even the floor. I just didn't want to go back in there. They weren't having it. With no choice but to listen to them, I dragged myself back to my room, my entire body tense with dread. I expected the breathing to start again, for the steps to echo through the space, for whatever had been there to make itself known again. But it didn't. Somehow, I managed to sleep, and the next morning, I convinced myself that maybe, just maybe, I had imagined it. The rest of our trip was uneventful. I spent most of my days at a theme park, thankful to be out of the room for hours on end. I still felt like I was being watched whenever I was in there, but nothing happened. I started to believe that maybe my parents were right. Maybe I had just freaked myself out. Then, the night before we were supposed to leave, it happened again. I was sitting at the desk in my room, scrolling through my phone, trying not to think about anything other than going home the next day. Then I heard it. A deep, guttural cackle. It wasn't loud, but it was everywhere, resonating through the walls, vibrating in the air. It felt inside my head. The laugh wasn't human. It was low, twisted, full of something dark. It lasted for only half a minute, but that was enough. I ran out of my room and refused to go back in until my parents made me. By the time morning came, I had never been more eager to get the hell out of there. I didn't care what it was, a ghost, a demon, something else entirely. My friend later told me that whatever I had encountered was likely demonic, but I didn't want to think about it. I was just grateful that it never touched me. It only wanted to scare me. And it succeeded. It was late at night. Midnight. My mother and father were asleep when she had what she first thought was a dream. She saw a tall man standing in the room. His face was sharp, almost unnatural, a pointed chin, pointed ears, yellow-white skin, a crooked nose. He wore all black, a shirt, trousers, and a long cape that seemed to move even without wind. The strange thing was, nothing in the room was different. Everything was exactly as it was when she had gone to sleep. Then, he passed through the wall. He didn't walk in through the door. He didn't open anything. He moved through the solid wall like it was nothing. Slowly, he approached her, reaching out his long, thin hands. Before she could react, his fingers gripped her arms and pulled her up into a sitting position. His grip was tight. Too tight. Then he spoke. His voice was strict, demanding, unnatural. "Do you love your child?" My mother was confused, barely understanding what was happening. Why was he asking her this? What did he want? "Yes, I love her," she answered, trying to keep her voice steady. The moment she spoke, his face twisted in fury. He threw his head back and let out a horrible scream, something between a human cry and an animalistic roar. Then, he snapped his head back down and glared at her with burning rage. His fingers dug deeper into her arms. He shook her violently. "Do you love your child?" he screamed again. This time, my mother felt something rising in her, anger. She didn't care who or what he was. She didn't care what he wanted. She wouldn't let him intimidate her. "Yes, I love her!" she yelled back, her voice firm, unshaken. The man roared again, louder than before, his entire body trembling with rage. He shook her again, gripping her arms even harder, the pain now unbearable. For a third time, he demanded, "I'm asking you again, do you love your child?" Now she was scared. Her arms burned from his grip, and she could feel the power in his hands, as if he could break her bones if he wanted to. Desperate for some help, she turned toward my father, but he was completely still, completely unaware of what was happening right next to him. Her fear turned back into anger. She turned back to the man, eyes blazing. Yes, I love her. I told you many times. What do you want now? The man screamed one final time, shaking her one last time before releasing her arms and vanishing. He didn't fade. He didn't walk away. He disappeared into the wall, the same way he had come. The moment he was gone, my mother realized she wasn't waking up. She hadn't woken up from a dream, she was already awake. She found herself sitting up in bed, staring at the wall where he had disappeared. Her arms ached in the exact places he had grabbed her. The pain lasted for 10 days. She couldn't touch her arms without wincing. That same afternoon, at exactly 3 p.m., something happened to me. I was just a baby at the time, but suddenly, I began shaking violently. My body jerked uncontrollably, my hands, my legs, everything. It wasn't normal movement, it was as if someone was physically shaking me. My eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. My mother panicked. She rushed to me, trying to hold me still, but she couldn't. It lasted exactly 2 minutes. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. My body went completely still. My face relaxed. Then I smiled. I began babbling happily, as if nothing had happened. My mother and father rushed me to the hospital. Blood tests, MRI, everything. The results? I was completely healthy. There was no medical explanation for what had just happened. But my mother knew. She knew it had to be connected to what happened the night before. And then she wondered, what would have happened if she had answered no? Would I have been okay? Would something worse have happened? She didn't know, and she never wanted to find out. She still doesn't know who that man was, or why he needed to hear those words from her. But whatever he was, he left a scar that wasn't just physical. She never saw him again. But sometimes she still feels him. Something similar happened to my grandmother, my father's mother. One night she had a dream. In the dream, a man appeared before her. He told her, "Tell me a person in your family that you want to die." She was horrified. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Why does someone have to die?" The man simply responded, "Yes, pick one." She was confused, frightened. Without fully thinking, she gave him a name, her youngest child. The next morning, her 4-year-old son fell into the river. He drowned. To this day, she regrets ever answering that question. And she wonders, could she have stopped it? Could she have fought back, the way my mother did? Could she have saved him? She will never know. I spent some time in Florida between 2012 and 2013, living in a small town called Oviedo. There was a cemetery there belonging to the First Baptist Church of Oviedo. Unlike many cemeteries, this one wasn't enclosed. No gates, no walls, no parking lot. Just an open space, resting quietly in the middle of the town. Across the street, there were houses, and not far from it, Oviedo High School. On weekends, the football field would be packed with hundreds of people, cheering and celebrating. But just beyond that, the cemetery remained undisturbed, its silent history stretching back to the 1880s. While I was living there, the cemetery was expanding. Trees were being cleared to make room for more plots. I often passed by on my bike, always thinking that I should stop and visit. I had no personal connection to the place, but something about it called to me. Maybe it was just respect for the past, a quiet acknowledgement of those who had lived and died long before I ever set foot there. One day, my roommate and I had some time to kill, so we finally decided to stop and walk through the rows of headstones. I don't claim to be psychic or have any special abilities. I don't seek attention for things like this. But I believe that spirits are not always angry or tortured. Sometimes, they simply linger, still carrying the personalities they had in life. As we walked through the cemetery, I took the time to read the names on the headstones, adjusting small memorial tokens that looked like they had been left untouched for decades. One grave caught my attention. A woman's, from 1890, resting in the far southeastern corner. As we walked past it, my friend and I were talking about the historical events that had taken place during her lifetime. Then, something pressed into my mind. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't words. But it was a presence, something demanding, something pushing into my thoughts. It felt like someone had stepped up right in front of my face, staring into me with intense curiosity. The pressure was overwhelming, like someone was desperate to hear what we were saying. If that feeling had words, it would have said, "What did you say? Tell me. I need to know. What are you talking about?" I didn't say anything to my friend. Instead, I continued talking about the topic a little more, just to see if the feeling would fade. It didn't. The presence remained just as forceful, as if waiting for something more. Eventually, we walked on, and the energy dissipated. It felt like she hadn't been satisfied with what I had said. As we moved toward the west side of the cemetery, near the road, something else stopped me in my tracks. A small headstone. It wasn't old like the others. It belonged to a child, buried in the early 2000s. Only 3 months old. There were other children's graves nearby, ranging from newborns to nearly a year old. But there was something different about this one. The others were surrounded by a sense of peace, a quiet sadness, but still full of love. This one, however, felt wrong. I don't have the words to describe the feeling except through the image that came to my mind. It wasn't a sad child I was sensing. It was a mother. A mother sobbing, breaking apart with grief. The kind of mourning that isn't meant to be seen. Worse than the grief, though, was something else. This grave felt alone. Not a family mourning together. Not shared loss. Just one woman, drowning in sorrow. I tried not to dwell on it, especially because my friend was sensitive to these things, but I quietly moved around the grave, trying to feel where the emotion was the strongest. It was concentrated in a half circle around the front of the headstone, right where the dates of birth and death were visible. When I stepped back, the feeling weakened. 3 or 4 feet away, it was gone entirely. I didn't want to stay near it any longer. The pain was pressing against my chest, and I didn't need to burst into tears in the middle of a cemetery. We moved to another section, just north of the children's graves, where the graves were slightly newer. That was when I felt the most shocking contrast of all. 2 graves, both belonging to war veterans, were positioned close together but in different rows. Each had served their country. Each had died in their 60s or 70s. But when I stopped at the first one and said a quiet, "Thank you," I was hit with a wave of anger. It was like someone yelling in my face. Not hostile toward me, but towards something else. The emotions were intense: resentment, bitterness, a deep sense of being wronged. He was furious at his government, at his military service. It wasn't my place to try and understand it fully, but I could feel it. If this man were still alive, he would have nothing good to say about his time in the military. Then, I stepped just 2 feet away to the next veteran's grave. I whispered the same words. "Thank you?" Instantly, the entire feeling shifted. A warm, overwhelming sense of pride washed over me. I lingered at this grave for a long time. Unlike the others, which were filled with neutral quiet, this one was joyful. I didn't know the man buried there, but in my mind, I saw an image. An older man, slightly overweight, with a wide smile. Wearing his uniform hat, standing proudly. I don't know if that's how he looked or how he wanted to be seen, but in that moment, he was there. The strangest part? If I stepped just 2 feet away, I was back in the presence of the first veteran's rage. Standing between them felt like straddling 2 different worlds. A single step in one direction, and I was drowning in resentment. A single step in the other, and I was bathed in warmth. It was shocking, unsettling, and yet undeniable. There was nothing in that simple grassy patch of Oviedo, Florida, that should make anyone feel so strongly on just a few square feet of earth. But the graves hold more than just bodies. They hold the emotions, the memories, the legacies of those who lived before us. I haven't visited a cemetery since returning home to Arizona. Not because I'm afraid of ghosts, but because I know if I do, I'll come home as exhausted as I did that day in Oviedo. And because some experiences should be left exactly where they happened. Since I was a little girl growing up in Oklahoma, strange things have happened to me. My parents always told me that ghosts weren't real, and over time, I tried to believe them. I excused the strange occurrences, ignored the things I couldn't explain, and convinced myself that there had to be logical reasons for what was happening. It all started when I was 4. My family had an old antique piano, slightly out of tune but still playable. I loved it. Even though I never had formal lessons, I learned to play by ear, and that piano became a huge part of my life. But there was one problem. When I was alone, and only when I was alone, it would play by itself. Not full songs. Just a single key or two, pressed softly, deliberately. The cover was always down, yet the sound would echo through the room. No one believed me. My parents dismissed it, my brothers called me a liar, and I eventually stopped talking about it. Then one day, something happened that they couldn't ignore. My dad casually mentioned that someone had been knocking on the bathroom door while us kids were at school. When he asked my mom if it was her, she said no, she hadn't been anywhere near the bathroom. The knocking became a common occurrence. It happened to my brothers, to me, and even to my best friend when she visited. Finally, my brothers started to believe that maybe, just maybe, something wasn't right in our house. When I turned 14, my parents and I moved to Alaska while my brothers were away serving in the military. I thought maybe the strange experiences would stop. Maybe it was just something attached to that old house. I was wrong. One day, I glanced down the hallway and froze. Standing in the shadows, just outside my parents' bedroom, was a small, dark silhouette. It looked like a child. Startled, I ran to my mom and told her what I had seen. I expected her to brush it off, maybe even laugh. But she didn't. Instead, she looked me in the eyes and said, "A week ago, I woke up to a little girl whispering Mom in my ear." She had been lying in bed, half asleep, when she heard it again. A soft, urgent whisper. "Mom!" She sat up and searched the room, but no one was there. That was the moment we realized it was a girl. It wasn't just shadows in the hallway. It wasn't just knocks on the door. She was there. After that, the strange events only increased. The doorbell rang randomly, even though we replaced the batteries multiple times. Cold spots appeared throughout the house, even when the heater was running full blast. She never felt dangerous, but her presence was constant, a quiet, unshakable feeling that we weren't alone. Then, my brothers-in-laws came to stay with us for a week while they moved to Alaska for a job transfer. One morning, the mother came upstairs, looking shaken. She said she had woken up in the middle of the night because she thought her youngest daughter was whispering "Mom" in her ear. She had heard it twice. My mother and I exchanged glances but never told her about our own experiences. We didn't want to scare her. By the time I moved out, I had become so busy with 2 jobs, school, and a social life that I was barely home except to sleep. That's when something new started happening. I would wake up to the sensation of a cat walking across my bed. The weight of small paws pressing against the blanket. But I didn't own a cat. The feeling became so frequent that I finally mentioned it to a coworker who was interested in the paranormal. She told me I needed to stand my ground, to speak firmly and tell the spirit it wasn't welcome. I listened to her advice. And everything got worse. For 2 or 3 weeks, there were no disturbances. No footsteps. No whispers. No ghostly cat creeping across my bed. Then, at 4 a.m., my iPod dock suddenly blasted music at full volume. The volume had been turned all the way up. I tried to tell myself it was just an electrical issue. Then, one night, my roommate and I heard the upstairs sink turn on by itself. She was scared. I wasn't. I had experienced too much at this point to be fazed. By now, the spirit had started knocking down my floral decorations, something it would do multiple times a month. It wasn't just a presence anymore. It was annoying me. When I met my husband, he bought me a cat, hoping an animal might balance the energy in the house. It didn't. The cat would sit and stare at nothing, his eyes locked on empty spaces. It was worse than before. When we moved to Hawaii, I thought, there's no way a spirit could follow me across the ocean. I was wrong. The floral decorations still fell over. My husband, who had never experienced anything paranormal before, started having horrifying dreams. He saw dark figures hovering over him, pressing down on his chest, holding him paralyzed in bed. The closet door rattled on its own. Then, for the first time, I felt afraid. One night, I was sitting at the table, eating ice cream while my husband relaxed on the couch. Out of nowhere, I felt a hot breath against my ear. It was so loud, I screamed and nearly fell off my chair. A deep groan followed it, as if something had leaned in to whisper just as I turned my head. It happened 2 more times before our lease ended. Then I got the best news of my life. I was pregnant. We needed to find a new home fast. We moved into a house across from Pearl Harbor, hoping for a fresh start. But she followed me again. On the 3rd night in the house, while my husband was at night classes, someone knocked on the front door. 3 times. I opened it. Nothing. The house felt different now. The paralyzing dream started again, except this time, I felt hands around my neck. Some mornings, I woke up with bruises. I tried to blame it on low iron from the pregnancy, but deep down, I knew better. After our son was born in April 2014, the crying began. Not normal baby cries. Screams. He would wake up red-faced, screaming in terror, only calming down when I held him all night long. Then, one night, I had a paralysis dream again. I was awake in bed, holding my son, staring at a darkening corner of the closet. I couldn't tell if I was asleep or awake. A tight grip closed around my throat. I forced my hand over my son's head, protecting him from whatever was in the room. A month later, my husband had the same dream. Then, tonight, as we finished dinner, a chair moved on its own. No one touched it. No one was near it. I know now, it's not the house. It's me. She is following me. And I don't know how to make her leave. I have experienced strange things throughout my life, but one of the most memorable incidents happened when I was house-sitting my late grandparents' home. I was about 18 years old, and my 2 cousins, who were around the same age, were staying there with me while we waited for the house to sell. The house had been in the family for years, but ever since my grandparents passed, there had been stories. Whispers. Strange things happening in the basement. My cousins were convinced something was off about the basement, so when it came time to choose sleeping arrangements, they decided that I, the only male in the house, should take the downstairs bedroom while they stayed safely upstairs. They actually took a vote and everything. I laughed about it at the time, not really believing in any of the stories they had heard. I wasn't scared. But maybe I should have been. One afternoon, I was taking a nap in the basement bedroom. I was in that half-awake state, drifting between dreams and reality, when I heard the bedroom door creak open. The room was dark, so I kept my eyes closed, thinking my cousins were trying to scare me. Then I heard it, suppressed giggling. It was soft, playful, definitely female. I smirked to myself, deciding to turn the tables. I stayed perfectly still, pretending to be asleep, listening as the footsteps crept closer to my bed. Step by step. Slow. Deliberate. The laughter stayed quiet, like whoever was approaching was trying not to wake me. When I was sure they were right next to me, I sprang out of bed, roaring loudly to scare them back. The moment I jumped up, the laughter stopped. The room was completely empty. Not only was no one standing there, but when I ran up the stairs to confront my cousins, I found out that they weren't even home. They had gone out earlier and had left me alone in the house. When I told them what had happened, they flat out refused to go back into the basement. After that, I had the entire downstairs to myself because they wouldn't even go near the staircase. But for some reason, I wasn't afraid. Something about the presence had felt playful, not malicious. So I stayed in that room for the rest of my time there without any issue. Another strange experience happened years later while I was in college in London, Ontario. One night, around 10 p.m., I was driving a friend home. She lived in a residential area a few blocks from the river. After dropping her off, I got turned around and ended up in an unfamiliar part of the neighborhood. At first, nothing seemed too unusual. It was just a dark, quiet street. But as I drove further down the road, I started noticing things that didn't make sense. There were no streetlights, not a single one. The road itself wasn't asphalt like the rest of the city. It was made of bricks, the kind you'd expect to see in an old historical district. I glanced at the houses, and that's when I realized something else. They all looked lived in, yet there was no movement anywhere. I felt a strange goosebump sensation creeping up my arms, a growing unease that I couldn't explain. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The street was eerily quiet, and though the houses appeared old and occupied, there were no lights in the windows, no cars parked outside, no signs of life at all. I continued driving, but about 3/4 of the way down the block, something in me told me I shouldn't be there. I turned the car around and slowly made my way back to the main road. It wasn't until I was back in familiar territory that I realized how bizarre the whole thing had been. I decided to go back later and find that street again, just to prove to myself that it was real. But no matter how many times I returned to that area, I could never find it. I tried searching for old brick roads near the river, even asked a few locals if they knew of any streets like that, but no one had any idea what I was talking about. To this day, I have never been able to explain what happened that night. Maybe it was just a wrong turn into an older part of town, a place that had been abandoned or left untouched. But why did it disappear? Why did it feel like I had stepped onto a street that shouldn't have existed? I wasn't under any influence that night, no drugs, no alcohol, not even exhaustion. And yet, that experience has never left me. It felt too real to be my imagination, yet too strange to make sense. I don't know if it was some kind of time slip, an echo of the past, or something else entirely, but I've never stopped wondering where that street went, and why I was the only one who seemed to find it. I'm 17 now, the youngest of 3 siblings, with an older brother and sister. I never lived with my dad, and when I was younger, we lived in a different house, one with a long hallway. My sister and I shared a room at the very end of it. Since I was the youngest, I was always put to bed first. I slept on the top bunk, and most nights, I would lie there, waiting to fall asleep. One night, just as I was drifting off, I heard the wardrobe doors in our room shaking, like someone was lightly pushing them back and forth. It wasn't much, but it unsettled me. Another time, our cat, who always slept on my bed, got accidentally kicked off in the middle of the night. It was a high fall, and I panicked, worried I had hurt him. But I never heard him land. No thud, no footsteps, nothing. Concerned, I climbed down and blindly felt around the floor in the darkness. He usually hid under the desk, so I reached under, expecting to feel soft fur. Instead, I touched something strange, not fur, but something woolly, oily, and matted. It felt completely foreign, and yet I kept patting it, waiting for a response. There was none. The next morning, I checked under the desk, but there was nothing there. No toys, no blankets, nothing soft at all. Just empty space. Later, we moved into the house where I live now, with my granddad, for financial reasons. At night, I would sometimes hear the soft clinking of mugs being placed against the kitchen counter, except no one was in there. One night, I had a terrifying dream. In the dream, I was in a tent, and a girl with 2 heads kept switching a red light on and off, giggling. Over and over, she repeated the words, "I'm in your room." I jolted awake, except before I could calm myself, I heard it one last time, clear as day, but I was fully awake now. I spent the rest of the night lying there, too afraid to move, waiting for the sun to rise. Then there was the night I woke up to the sound of heavy breathing, right above my face. I was lying on my side, and for a split second, I thought maybe it was my brother playing some kind of prank. I raised my arm to shoo him away, but there was nothing there. No retreating footsteps, no shifting weight. Just silence. But the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me was the night I felt something scratching my back, starting from the top of my neck and dragging all the way down to the bottom. I could hear it too. The sound of scratching against the mattress beneath me, yet somehow, it was cutting through to my skin. Half asleep and annoyed, I turned onto my side, hoping it would stop. It didn't. But I was so tired that I fell back asleep anyway. When I woke up the next morning, I realized what had actually happened. And that's when the fear set in. I never told anyone. When I was younger, I used to speak to whatever it was, telling it to go away. Maybe that's why it eventually stopped. But some things still happen. Not too long ago, during winter, my mom was in her room when she saw me walking out of mine, heading towards the bathroom. She thought it was odd that she didn't hear the door close, so she went to check. I wasn't there. My bedroom door was still slightly shut, and I was still in bed, fast asleep. She told me that whatever she saw looked exactly like me, wearing the same clothes I had been wearing that night. Lately, I've started noticing something else. When I'm sitting with my cat gently patting her, she'll suddenly lift her head and follow something with her eyes, something I can't see. It moves. She tracks it, her gaze shifting as if watching a figure move across the room. It happens often. The strange part? My sister's dog did the same thing. I was babysitting him once when he suddenly started growling, following something with his head. Whatever it was moving fast. I could see it in his reactions, the way his eyes darted from one spot to another. And my sister? She told me that once, while cleaning out her car, she felt something tap her shoulder. Not long after, she felt something touch the spot where her appendix was. Shortly after, she had to get it removed. Maybe that wasn't the same thing. Maybe that was something else. Something good. Once, when I was feeling incredibly down, standing in the shower, a black feather drifted down in front of me. I don't know what it meant. I don't know what any of this means. This happened back in 2012 at a beautiful resort in Indang, Cavite during our vacation. The resort was well known for its 11 different swimming pools, with water supposedly flowing from a nearby river, though I wasn't entirely sure. I was 11 years old at the time, and almost all of my relatives from my mother's side were there. My aunts, cousins, nephews, nieces, even some of my brother-in-law's relatives, had come along since he was the one who organized and paid for the trip. We arrived around 5 or 6 p.m., and by then, the sky was already dark. My brother-in-law, Michael, went to the front desk to book a room and a cottage for our overnight stay. At first, the man at the counter told us that all the rooms were occupied. But then, after hesitating for a moment, he suddenly changed his mind and said there was one last room available. Something about his behavior seemed off. As he led us toward the room, he looked visibly uncomfortable, almost scared. When we got to the door, instead of unlocking it himself, he handed the key to Jimmy, my cousin's husband, and told him to open it. Jimmy tried the key, but the door wouldn't budge. He pushed, kicked, and did everything he could, but it just wouldn't open. Then, Michael casually stepped forward and tapped the door lightly, and just like that, it swung open effortlessly. For a moment, they just stared at each other, their expressions mirroring the same "what the hell was that?" kind of look. Meanwhile, my siblings, cousins, and I were too excited to swim to care about the room. We ran off to the cottage with some of our aunts, eager to jump into the pool. That's when we saw something strange. In one of the pools, a priest was standing in the water, performing some sort of ritual. He held 2 people, fully clothed, and was submerging them under the water. At first, we didn't understand what was happening, but later, we found out that those people had been possessed. As we sat around the cottage, eating and talking, my cousin Rox and my Aunt Sheila, who we call Mommy, suddenly exchanged looks. Then my aunt whispered, "Did you see that?" Rox nodded. "Yes, Mommy. Both of them had just seen something in the palm tree right behind our cottage, a pair of glowing yellow eyes, twinkling in the darkness. Despite the eerie moments, the rest of the night went on as usual. We took pictures, swam, laughed, and had fun. Eventually, the elders told us to shower and head to bed. The boys slept in the cottage, while the girls, including me, slept in the room, along with the babies and their mothers. The morning after, when I woke up, I was alone in the room. Everyone else had already left, excited to go swimming again. I was about to open the door when I suddenly bumped into my Aunt Joy, who was standing outside. She looked tense and immediately told me, "Get out of the room." Behind her, I saw my cousin Robbie, who was in his 20s, crying. My sister Save, my cousin Rox, Michael, Jimmy, Nung, Jimmy's wife, and Aunt Sheila were all standing there, their faces pale and shaken. I had no idea what was going on. I quickly asked my younger cousins, and they told me that Robbie had a nightmare. In his dream, a girl had been murdered in our room. She had been stabbed to death in the bed by her boyfriend after he discovered that she had been cheating on him. In the dream, the boyfriend washed his bloody hands in the bathroom right after. At first, it was just a terrifying nightmare, until Mommy Sheila went to use the bathroom that morning. She smelled something rotten. A stench so foul and sickly, like the smell of decaying flesh. She had no explanation for it, until Robbie insisted that they flipped the mattress over. What they saw froze them in place. Handprints. Blood stains. The mattress was covered in dark red marks, as if someone had pressed their bloodied hands against it. And at that moment, Robbie broke down in tears again. I live in a city where strange things happen more often than they should. Maybe it's just the way stories spread, the way people talk about ghosts as if they were part of everyday life. Or maybe, something is really there, lurking in the background, waiting for someone to notice. I don't know. But I do know that my experiences weren't just the result of teenage hype. They felt real, too real to be dismissed as tricks of the mind. I grew up between two homes, one in my hometown and the other a town over, where my mother lived. Staying at my mother's house always felt different. It wasn't just the fact that it wasn't my primary home. It was something else, something unexplainable. There was a presence there, an uneasiness that never quite left me. My mother, when she was younger, was obsessed with the paranormal. She had friends who studied the supernatural, spent their time reading about spirits, hauntings, and energies that lingered. I thought it was weird. I never really paid attention to it. That was, until I had my own reasons to. When I was 10, my mother divorced her husband and moved into a duplex. By then, I had two younger sisters, both around 6 years old. Their names were JC and Darcy. We all shared a room, but only Darcy and I shared a bed. JC preferred sleeping on a pallet on the floor, as if she needed her own space. I only stayed at my mother's house on Friday nights, and it was on one of those Fridays that something happened, something that I still think about today. It had been about a year since we moved into that house. The feeling of unease never really went away, but I had gotten used to it. That night, my sisters and I were in the living room watching Finding Nemo, the TV flickering in the dim light as we sat with bowls of popcorn. The long hallway stretched behind us, leading to the kitchen and my mother's bedroom. She had already gone to bed, shutting her door behind her, blocking out the sound of our giggles and the hum of the television. It was late, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning. Not unusual for us. I started to feel tired, my eyes heavy, my body sinking into the couch. I turned to my sisters. "Are you guys tired?" They both nodded sleepily, and I got up to turn off the TV. We gathered our blankets and started making our way to the bedroom. Then I stopped. Something was off. I turned back towards the hallway, my eyes locking onto my mother's bedroom door. I remembered it being shut. I was sure of it. But now, it was wide open. "Darcy," I whispered, grabbing her arm. "Wasn't Mom's door closed earlier?" She hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, but maybe she got up while we were cleaning up." It was a reasonable explanation. But something inside me felt wrong. My stomach twisted as I stepped toward her room, peeking inside. My mother was there, asleep, her breathing slow and steady. She hadn't moved at all. I forced myself to shake it off. Maybe the door hadn't been completely latched. Maybe a draft had pushed it open. Maybe I was just imagining things. I turned away, walking into my own room and crawling into bed beside Darcy. JC settled into her pallet on the floor, and within minutes, they were both asleep. But I wasn't. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, the heaviness of the night pressing in on me. Outside, I could hear the rain, steady, rhythmic, almost hypnotic. It wasn't just random noise. It had a pattern to it, something methodical. I rolled over to face the window, my body freezing as I took in what I saw. Through the blurred, rain-covered glass, there were shadows, figures moving in the darkness. I could see them, marching one after another, their outlines clear despite the storm. They were all the same height, all wearing circular hats, all moving in perfect sync toward the backyard. The sound of the rain suddenly made sense. It wasn't just rain. It was footsteps. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. But the strangest part? I wasn't afraid. There was no fear, no dread. Just a deep, eerie calm. I don't know when I fell asleep, but I did. And when I woke up, the memory of those shadows was the first thing in my mind. At first, I told myself it was just the rain playing tricks on me. That's all it was. I convinced myself that it couldn't have been real. But something made me want to check, to prove it to myself. I hurried to the front door, pulling on my boots, ready to step outside into the muddy remnants of last night's storm. I opened the door. And the ground was dry. Not just damp. Completely dry. The sky was clear, the air crisp. There was no sign that it had rained at all. My stomach dropped. I didn't think. I just turned and ran back inside, straight to my mother. She looked at me the moment I entered, as if she had been expecting it. "Danny," she said, her voice quiet. "Some things have been happening that I cannot explain. Please don't tell your sisters. They wouldn't understand." I didn't say anything. "The neighbors are coming over tonight," she added. I didn't ask why. The next weekend, my mother showed me some pictures. The first was of a face, on the wall of our bedroom. Not a picture. Not a reflection. A face in the wall. It was faint, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. It was watching. The second picture was worse. It was a silhouette, standing behind my mother's half-open bedroom door. It looked like a woman. Her form was clear, her presence undeniable. The neighbors looked at the images and nodded as if they had seen this before. "She's only here to protect your mother," they said. I swallowed. "And the face in the wall? He's doing the same." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But something still felt wrong. I took a deep breath before asking the final question. "What about the men outside? The ones marching?" The neighbor hesitated before shaking their head. "They were just your imagination." I didn't believe them. I'm almost 17 now, and I still refuse to believe it was just my imagination. Months of research led me to something chilling. The part of the city where we lived had once been a Union war camp. Soldiers had marched through those streets, camped in those very places. I still can't explain the lost photos. My mother doesn't have them anymore. They disappeared, just like the shadows in the rain. But I remember. I will always remember. I have been trying to rid myself of something in my house, something unseen, yet always present. No matter what I do, it refuses to leave. I've tried smudging the house, cleansing every room with sage, doing whatever I could to force it out. And for a while, it worked. The house was quiet, almost peaceful. But now it's back. The activity started again, creeping in slowly until it became impossible to ignore. I don't know what it wants, and I don't know why it refuses to leave. All I know is that I'm being watched. We moved into this house in October. There were 4 of us: my mother, Ben, my soon-to-be stepfather, his father, who we called Pops, and me. From the moment I stepped inside, something felt off. It wasn't that I saw shadows or felt eyes on me. It was something else. The air itself felt different, heavy, like the house was demanding attention. For the first week or so, everything seemed normal. But then I felt it. It didn't matter if I was alone or surrounded by people. It would enter the room, and I would feel it. It had a way of slipping in unnoticed by everyone else, but I always knew it was there. I've always been more in tune with the spiritual world than most, able to sense things that others couldn't. I never told anyone how often it lingered in the living room with us. I doubt they would believe me. At first, it was just an easiness, the sense of something being too close. But then it became worse. I couldn't bring myself to sit near the wall of windows behind the love seat anymore. That area, that spot, was different from the rest of the house. Something was concentrated there. Something stronger. The thing that unsettled me the most was how close it would get. It had no concept of personal space. When it was in the room, it would come right up to me, pressing into my space so closely that if it had been alive, we would have been breathing the same air. I tried to ignore it, to act like it wasn't there, but that only seemed to make it worse. I made sure never to be alone in the house. It followed me everywhere. Except for one room. That room was where Ben died. It happened in his sleep, a heart attack. We found him the next morning, still in bed, gone. It was sudden, unexpected. But I believe that Ben knew he was dead. I believe that he moved on. My mother and Pops both had dreams where Ben said goodbye to them. But I never had one. Maybe we weren't close enough. Maybe I wasn't meant to. A few months after Ben's passing, things changed again. Jojo and her 2 kids, a 4-year-old and a 10-year-old, moved in with us. The presence never seemed interested in the children. It was drawn to me and Jojo. Just last night, while watching a movie around 5 a.m., Jojo had an experience that shook her. She was sitting in the living room, relaxing, when she heard a noise. It was coming from the toy box behind the love seat. It was Woody. The voice box clicked on by itself, saying something cheerful. "Ha ha! Boy, I'm glad to see you!" Before going silent again. A minute later, the oven's alarm went off. Jojo, exhausted, ignored it. But then, as she sat watching TV, she felt it. A light push against her side. She wasn't alone. The moment she felt it, she got up and left the room. I don't blame her. But the worst thing that ever happened to me in this house was on a night like any other. I was sitting on the love seat, just talking with Jojo and my mom, when I felt it. It started in the kitchen. I could sense it moving, drifting through the house, making its way toward me. I ignored it, forcing myself not to react. It came closer, weaving its way through the room, stopping just behind me. I could feel it standing there. It leaned in. It wanted to whisper in my ear. The pressure was so strong, so overwhelming that it felt like someone was physically there, right next to me. Then, suddenly, the sensation moved lower, pressing against the floor as if it was sinking into the ground. I stayed completely still, silently hoping that nothing would happen. But it did. Jojo turned to me suddenly, staring at me with wide eyes. "Are you crying?" I blinked. "What?" Then I heard it. The sound came from behind the couch, from the very spot where the energy had been strongest. It was a woman's voice. She was sobbing. The sound was raw, filled with agony, with sorrow so deep that it cut into my chest. It was the kind of crying that makes your soul ache, that makes you feel like something inside you is unraveling. I jumped off the couch so fast, my body moved before my brain could process it. But my mother? She heard nothing. I don't know what's worse, the fact that I heard it, or the fact that no one else did. I've had strange dreams ever since moving here. Once I was asleep, on the exact spot where Ben died. I was dreaming about an old, abandoned castle. I was there with a group of knights, armed with swords, prepared to fight ghosts. It felt ridiculous at first, but then something entered the room. A woman. She was floating, dressed in white, her hair drifting around her as if caught in a current. She was something straight out of a horror movie, terrifying yet familiar. Everyone in the dream froze in terror. Then, suddenly, I felt something, a vibration. It wasn't just in the dream. I woke up to the same vibrations in real life. It was as if someone was pressing against the air mattress, a force pushing against my back from within the bed itself. The rhythm of it matched the vibrations in the dream, the sensation bleeding from sleep into reality. It wasn't the first time something from a dream felt real. I don't know what this entity wants. But I do know one thing, it's powerful. It knocks one specific picture off the wall. Every single time. The picture contains a scripture, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I've seen it happen 3 times with my own eyes. The frame doesn't just fall, it flies 5 feet away from the wall, landing in an impossible direction. The curtains behind the love seat move on their own, swaying gently even when the windows are shut. I've heard a child laughing in the distance, a soft, eerie giggle late at night when no one else was awake. I've heard the kitchen drawers slam open and shut, silverware clattering inside. But when I check, everything is in place, and the noise stops instantly. I don't know what this thing is. But I do know it's not leaving anytime soon. I have had only a few paranormal experiences in my life, but the ones I have had seem to always be connected to my grandmother's house in Odenton, Maryland. The house is fairly old, and it sits right in front of a dense forest. I don't know much about its history, but ever since I was a child visiting for the summers, I have always felt uneasy at night. When I stay there, I sleep in the room that used to belong to my mother. Across from my room is the guest room, and from my bed, I can clearly see its open doorway. My uncle's room is next to mine, and when I'm not there, he stays upstairs alone, since my grandmother sleeps downstairs. Over the years, he has told me countless times that he hears noises at night, things that disturb him so much that sometimes he just leaves the house entirely rather than stay there alone. For a long time, I didn't believe anything supernatural was happening. I figured the house was old, maybe the noises were from animals in the woods. But that changed one night when something happened that I still can't fully explain. I was in a deep sleep when I suddenly had an extremely vivid dream. In the dream, I saw myself sleeping, my own body lying on the bed. I stood there watching myself, almost like I had stepped outside of my own body. But then, something moved. A dark blue hand reached out toward me. At first I thought it was my own, but before it could touch me, I snapped awake. And that's when I felt it. A real, physical hand touched my shoulder. It wasn't a light brush or a trick of the blankets. It felt solid, deliberate, and real. I froze in fear, my breath catching in my throat. I didn't dare move for what felt like minutes, just staring at the ceiling, feeling the lingering sensation of that touch. Eventually, when I finally found the courage to look around, I saw nothing. But the feeling stayed with me. I couldn't go back to sleep after that. Another experience happened during the daytime, which made it even stranger. It was about 11 a.m., and the house was relatively quiet. My uncle was asleep in his room, my sister was in the kitchen watching TV, and my grandparents weren't home. They had gone to a doctor's appointment. I was in the guest room, just watching TV, when I got up to go back to my own room. As I crossed the hallway, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A tall, skinny man was standing at the entrance to the kitchen. For a second, I thought it was my grandfather, but then I remembered he wasn't home. My stomach dropped. I turned to look directly at the figure, but it was gone. I immediately called out to my sister. "Did you see that?" She looked up at me, confused. "See what?" I didn't know what to say. I had seen him. After that, I started paying more attention to the strange things in the house. There had always been stories. My uncle's experiences, my grandmother's caution about certain areas of the house, the unsettling atmosphere in certain rooms, but I had always dismissed them. Now, I wasn't so sure. One night, my parents stayed in the guest room while visiting, and they were woken up by a growling noise right outside their bedroom window. It sounded deep, guttural, almost like a dog, but when they looked outside, there was nothing there. The following night, my uncle and grandmother warned everyone to stay inside after dark. They had seen something outside, an animal pacing back and forth in the street, watching the house. Curious, I went to the window and looked outside. That's when I saw it. It looked like a dog, but something about it was wrong. Its body was unnaturally thin, its fur was gray and patchy, and the way it moved, fast, almost twitchy, made my skin crawl. I only got a glimpse before it bolted around the back of the house, disappearing into the woods. The sight of it chilled me to the bone. It reminded me of something out of a nightmare. Something not entirely animal, not entirely human. Something unnatural. The strangest experience, however, came when my uncle downloaded a ghost radar app on his phone. He thought it would be funny to play around with, just to see if it picked up anything strange. The first time he used it, he was in his car. The screen stayed empty, showing no activity. But then, it said his name. He never used it again. One day, I found the phone lying on the table in the den while I was talking to my sister. Out of curiosity, I opened the ghost radar app. At first, nothing happened. The screen was blank, no signs of anything nearby. Then, mid-sentence, I paused for a moment before continuing my thought. The app spoke a single word. Continue. It was like something was listening to me, waiting for me to finish speaking. My sister screamed and ran upstairs. I put the phone down and never touched the app again. There are parts of my grandmother's house that I avoid entirely at night. The den downstairs is the worst. I close all the doors and blinds, and if I have to be down there, I keep every light on. The sliding glass door by the kitchen is another area that unnerves me. When it's dark outside, it feels like something is watching from the other side. We always keep the curtains closed. I still visit my grandmother's house, but even now, the place feels heavy, different. I've had countless nightmares about that house, and every single one of them has been terrifyingly vivid. I've dreamt of a volcano erupting up the street, lava swallowing everything in sight. I've dreamt of a tornado ripping through the house, dragging me into the sky. I've dreamt of cutting my face, bleeding into the bathroom sink, and dropping dead on the floor. But the worst dream? The one where someone was trying to break into the house. I was hiding behind the couch, frozen in terror, watching as they banged on the back door, trying to get in. Every time I wake up from these dreams, I thank God they aren't real. But they feel real. And I can't shake the feeling that they mean something. Maybe it's the woods. Maybe it's the house itself. Maybe it's something else entirely. All I know is that I do not like that house. And I never will. In 2004, after finishing our final high school exams, my boyfriend and I, along with a group of friends, decided to take a trip to Hentang Highlands, a popular casino and theme park destination in Malaysia. Being teenagers on a budget, we opted for the most affordable accommodation, ensuring that we could at least afford one room per two people, instead of squeezing everyone into a single space. When I first stepped into the hotel room I was sharing with my then boyfriend, now fiancé, an uneasy feeling settled over me. Something about the room felt off. The layout was simple. When you entered, there was a small walkway, the toilet and shower were on the left, and further inside was the queen-size bed facing the TV. Despite the unsettling feeling gnawing at me, I chose to stay quiet, not wanting my friends to think I was imagining things. We dropped off our luggage and spent the entire day exploring, enjoying the crisp mountain air, playing around like carefree teenagers, and simply soaking in the excitement of post-exam freedom. That night, after dinner, my boyfriend and the guys decided to go out for another round of exploring, but my feet were sore from all the walking, so I chose to stay behind and rest in the room alone. I left the table lamp on while trying to fall asleep, but no matter how much I tossed and turned, I just couldn't relax. The feeling of discomfort hadn't left me, and the longer I lay there, the more it began to feel like ants were crawling all over my body. Frustrated, I gave up on sleep and sat up to read a manga, trying to distract myself from the growing unease. Then I heard it. A soft tinkling sound. It was unmistakable, the sound of bells, similar to the tiny ones worn on an anklet. It moved from the door area, pacing in front of the toilet. I immediately dismissed it. Probably coming from outside. I wasn't going to let my imagination run wild. Another 30 minutes passed. This time, the sound was closer. Too close. It no longer sounded like it was coming from outside. It was in the same room with me. I was still forcing myself to ignore it, laughing and giggling a little too loudly at the manga in my hands, pretending that I didn't notice anything. That was until I felt it. The bed dipped, as if someone had just climbed in beside me. I froze. Something was there. I tried to stay calm, pretending to still be engrossed in my manga, but inside, I was screaming. I could feel the weight beside me, the unmistakable sensation of something moving closer. My mind raced. Should I jump off the bed and run out? Should I text my boyfriend and ask him to come back? That's when I realized his phone was on the dresser. I had no way of reaching him. I sat there, barely breathing, my body stiff with fear. I was about to bolt when I heard another soft tinkling of bells, this time, coming from the walkway near the door. That was it. I began reciting a prayer under my breath, my lips barely moving. Then, the door swung open. My boyfriend walked in. Relief flooded me, but I didn't say a word. He was a skeptic, someone who never believed in anything paranormal. I knew he wouldn't believe me, and I didn't want to deal with the embarrassment of trying to explain what had just happened. So I kept my terror to myself, lying down as he got into bed. Less than an hour later, he suddenly sat up in bed. "Let's sleep in Kay's room." There was no hesitation in his voice. He wasn't asking, he was telling me. Without waiting for my response, he grabbed my wrists and pulled me out of bed, practically dragging me out of the room. Kay's room was the only one with 2 single beds. Though grumbling from being woken up, Kay agreed to share his bed with his twin brother, letting us take the other bed. The next morning, my boyfriend told the group what had happened. He said that he had felt something stroking his right arm while he was lying in bed. The problem? I was on his left side. The fact that he, a logical, no-nonsense martial artist, admitted to experiencing something paranormal shook me. I wasn't imagining things. Whatever had climbed into bed with me, whatever had followed me with the sound of bells, it was real. To this day, I get chills thinking about that night. It all started when I was 13 years old, the year we bought our own compact apartment. It wasn't a huge place, but it was ours. I lived with my mom, dad, and younger brother, and for the most part, life was normal. Except for one thing, the footsteps. It was a peculiar sound, one that I could never quite ignore. It wasn't just someone walking. It was the sound of anklets jingling along with the footsteps. In India, women traditionally wear ornaments around their ankles, and from the very first time I heard it, I was sure that the footsteps belonged to a woman. At first, I told my mother about it, hoping she would listen, but she dismissed it. To her, I was just a scared 13-year-old kid, imagining things. But the problem was, it never stopped. Every single night, I would hear it. The soft clicking of heels, the faint jingle of anklets, always at the same time, always moving through our home. Over time, it became so normal that I stopped reacting to it. It was just part of the house, part of my life. But then, when I was 18 years old, we had to sell the apartment due to financial difficulties. We moved into rental houses, shifting from place to place. And for the first time in 5 years, I realized something strange. The footsteps were gone. I never heard them again. I had almost forgotten about it. But then, life brought us right back to that same apartment. After finishing college, by some huge coincidence, we had the opportunity to buy back the exact same place from the same person we had sold it to. It felt like a full-circle moment, like fate had brought us home again. The first night back, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. The same footsteps. The same anklet sounds. The same woman. After years of silence, she was back. It shook me for a moment, but I brushed it off. Maybe it was just nostalgia, or my mind playing tricks on me. But as the days passed, I realized that it was real. I'm an avid gamer, especially a fan of online RPGs like Dota. Since I had finished college and had a lot of free time, I would stay up late gaming. My gaming sessions would last hours, sometimes from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., with complete focus. And that's when things escalated. One night, at 2 a.m., I was deep in a game when I heard it again. The same familiar sound of footsteps, moving through the living room. At first, I assumed it was my mom going to the fridge for water. But something felt off. I got up immediately and rushed to check. There was no one there. I checked my parents' room. They were fast asleep, my brother too. The next morning, I casually asked my father if he had ever noticed anyone walking at night. He responded without hesitation. "Yes, I've been hearing it for many years." And then he simply shrugged it off, as if it was nothing unusual. I was stunned. All these years I had thought it was just me, but my dad had known about it all along. He had heard her too. The only difference was he didn't care. That made me curious. I decided to sit in the living room all night and play from there, just to see what would happen. That night, at exactly 2 a.m., I started to feel it. A strange sensation, like someone was staring at me. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was nothing, but something felt wrong. An uneasiness crept over me, something I had never felt before, like an invisible presence just watching me. After a while, I decided to call it a night. I got up, walked to the light switch, and just as I turned off the lights, I heard a sudden jump right behind me. Then a breath. Warm, heavy breath on my shoulder. I froze. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't just a feeling. Something had moved behind me, and I could feel it breathing. I didn't turn around. I didn't even look. I ran straight to my room and shut the door. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. This woman, whoever she was, had been with us for years. She never harmed us, never showed herself, and never disturbed anyone, except for that night. I still don't know what she is. There's no bad history tied to our place. Our neighbors never experience anything strange. She has always been there, always walking, always watching. But now, I can't shake the feeling. Why did she breathe on me that night? And what does she want? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was about 14 or 15 years old when this happened. I was with my boyfriend at the time, Mike, along with his sister and some other people who lived in the apartment complex. We were hanging out on Mike's porch after dark, just like any other night. For some reason, which I can't even remember now, I got into an argument with them. I was angry, frustrated, and decided to just walk away. I headed toward the back of the apartments, where my best friend Andy lived. The complex was surrounded by woods on 3 sides, giving it a sort of isolated feeling at night. Andy was already asleep, and I knew her parents were strict, so I didn't even consider knocking on her door. Instead, I just sat down on the curb near her apartment, in the dimly lit parking lot. I sat there with my head down on my knees, lost in my emotions. Maybe I was crying, maybe I wasn't. I honestly don't remember. I just know that part of me was hoping Mike would come after me, even though I was still mad at him and everyone else. After about 5 minutes, I heard the sound of flip-flops approaching. My heart lifted a little. Mike was the only one wearing flip-flops that night. I smiled to myself, keeping my head down, waiting for him to step in front of me. I could see the ground in front of me through the space between my arms. Then I saw feet stop in front of me. But something was wrong. I looked up. And there was nothing there. The smile faded from my face as I sat there, staring at empty space. No one was there. My chest tightened, and a strange, uncomfortable chill ran down my spine. I quickly scanned my surroundings, and that's when I saw it. A grayish shape, low to the ground, moving quickly behind one of the parked cars on the other side of the lot. It crouched behind the vehicle, as if trying to hide. For a moment, I felt relieved, thinking that maybe someone was just messing with me. Maybe Mike, or one of his friends, was playing a joke. But then, something didn't add up. How had they moved so fast? And why had they made no sound? I squinted, trying to see beneath the car. There were no feet visible. Determined to turn the tables, I ran to the other side of the cars to catch whoever it was, but when I got there, no one was there. Nothing. Just an empty parking lot, the quiet hum of the night, and the distant rustling of trees. A heavy sense of fear settled in my gut, and I took off running back to Mike's place. When I reached the porch, I found everyone still in the exact same positions as when I left. They hadn't moved. They hadn't followed me. When I told them what had happened, they just shrugged it off. That's weird. No one seemed to care, but I knew what I had seen. Even now, almost a decade later, that night is clear in my mind. And as I sit here writing this, I just made a disturbing connection. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I had seen something similar. I was taking a bath, door open because I didn't like being alone. The tub faced the doorway, so I could see out into the hall. I was just playing in the water when I saw it. A grayish, crouching shape darting past the door. It happened so fast, but I remember staring at the doorway for a long time, trying to convince myself it was just my dog. Except, it was bigger than my dog. At the time, I had already been feeling uneasy in that house. I had overheard a conversation between my mother and our pastor in the living room. He told her, "There are 9 demons living in this house." I didn't understand what that meant at the time, but my mother had seen things too. She once told me about a woman in white walking past our windows slowly. But our house was built on a hill, and that window was at least 12 feet high. Whoever she had seen would have had to be floating. I never felt directly threatened, but I always knew something was off. Another pastor once told me that my room was the most peaceful place in the entire apartment. I think I know why. Every night, I kept my radio on the Christian station, and I stayed in my room all day reading books while my family fought downstairs. Maybe that's why nothing ever tried to harm me directly. But I've heard knocking on my bedroom door when no one was home. I've seen things darting past doorways. And I have felt, more than once, that something was watching me. Looking back, I wonder if all these experiences are connected. That gray, crouching figure I saw as a child, was it the same one that found me in the parking lot that night? Has it always been with me? And if so, what does it want? I have always been able to see dreams that come true, but I have never personally experienced anything paranormal since childhood. My parents were so desperate at the time that they even called a priest to help me, and after that, whatever haunted me seemed to stop. My family has always attracted strange things, but I had been protected from it, until last night. What happened has left me terrified, and I don't think I'll ever be able to sleep peacefully again. I live with my parents and sister on the 5th floor of an apartment building. We have been here for just over a year, and it has always been a comfortable place for us. That changed in a single night. I usually stay up late reading and only go to sleep around 4 in the morning. My room is right next to the bathroom, and my sister's room is across the hall. So anytime someone enters the bathroom, I hear the footsteps, see the light go on, and hear the toilet flush. Last night, around 2 in the morning, I clearly heard someone shuffling in the hallway. The footsteps were slow, dragging slightly, as if the person was wearing slippers. I assumed it was my dad getting up to use the bathroom, so I didn't think much of it. But then I noticed something odd. The sound stopped, but no one ever entered the bathroom. The light never turned on, and the door never opened. Still, I ignored it and went back to reading. At around 3:50, I finally decided to go to sleep. Normally, I fall asleep quickly, but last night was different. The moment I lay down, a strange feeling crept over me. My heart started pounding so fast that it scared me even more. A wave of fear spread through my body for no reason at all. I felt like something was watching me, like there were unseen eyes staring at me in the darkness. Then I heard it, low mewling sounds, almost like a growl, coming from somewhere in my room. It wasn't just a noise, it felt like something was speaking, as if it were trying to communicate. And worst of all, I could hear movement, the unmistakable sound of something walking around. At first I thought it was my cat. She was sleeping with me, so I reached under the blanket and felt for her warm fur. She was curled up, completely still, fast asleep. If something was moving in my room, it wasn't her. I tried to convince myself that the sounds were coming from upstairs, that maybe a neighbor was awake and making noise. But that wasn't possible. There was no upstairs. I live on the top floor. I was scared, but somehow, after a long time, I managed to fall asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I had completely forgotten about everything that had happened. It wasn't even on my mind until my mom came home from work and asked if she could talk to me. She asked me if I had woken up at around 2 in the morning. I told her no, but that I had heard someone walking in the hallway. I assumed it had been my dad. That's when she told me something that sent chills down my spine. She had also heard the same footsteps at the same time. The same slow, dragging sound of slippers in the passage. She got up to check, but my dad was fast asleep in bed. She thought maybe it was me, but when she looked toward my room, the door was closed. Then she turned back toward the hallway, and that's when she felt it, something standing there in the darkness. She couldn't see anything clearly, but the presence was so strong that she nearly screamed in fear. She said the terror she felt was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. She doesn't even remember how she got back into bed, only that she had an overwhelming urge to get away from whatever was in the hallway. Before my mother even had the chance to process everything, she got a call from my grandmother. She had something to tell her, something that made our experience even stranger. Without knowing what had happened in our apartment, my grandmother said that something had been in their apartment last night too. She and my aunt had both heard the same footsteps in their passage, the same slow, shuffling steps as if someone was moving around in slippers. Before the footsteps started, my toddler cousin had woken up screaming in fear. She has always been sensitive, able to sense things that others don't, and she was so terrified that they had to bring her to their room. Not long after, my grandmother saw a short, dark shadow in the passage. The same thing had been in both apartments that night. It had scared my cousin first, made its way through their home, and then came to us, watching me in my sleep, moving around my room, filling me with fear. And it left our siblings completely undisturbed. Whatever it was, it had chosen to target my cousin and me. I don't know what to do. I don't want night to come because I am terrified of what might happen again. I have never experienced anything like this since my childhood, and now it feels like something is back. I don't understand why it came to me, why it spoke to me, or why it filled me with so much fear. I don't know what it wants, and worst of all, I don't know if it will come back. Since I was around 7 or 8 years old, I have seen things. I have always been interested in the paranormal. Maybe because of the time I spent with my grandmother watching ghost documentaries and ghost hunting shows whenever she babysat me. Some people believe that this might be why all these strange things have happened to me, but I don't know if that's true. All I know is that it started when I was young, and it never really stopped. The first time something really happened, I was in my bedroom, asleep. I always slept with my door wide open because I liked knowing I could get to my parents' room easily if I woke up from a nightmare or couldn't sleep. That night, I woke up and turned over to look at the doorway. Standing there was a woman. She was wearing a long robe, and she was staring right at me. I didn't know who she was, but before I could react, she opened her robe and brought out a small child, a boy. He looked about my age at the time, or maybe even younger. She placed her hand on his head and started tapping her fingers on him in a slow, strange rhythm. I didn't understand what she was doing, and before I could move or speak, everything went black. Years later, when I was older, I woke up again to the sound of someone calling my name. At that time, I was sleeping in the living room. I opened my eyes and saw a shadowy outline of a woman, and for a moment, I thought it was my mother. But instead of coming toward me, she turned and walked straight out the back door. The door opened and shut by itself. I was frozen in place, completely terrified. But I tried to convince myself that maybe it was just my imagination. A few nights later, I forced myself to sleep in the living room again. I told myself that if I heard my name being called again, I would be brave. That night, I woke up to the same sound, someone calling me. But this time, there was no woman. After that, I stopped sleeping there. At first, these things only happened when I was alone. But as time went on, they started happening when I was with other people. One of my closest friends came over one night, while my parents were out on their anniversary date. We were still young, and because we wanted to save time for playing later, we decided to take turns getting ready in my parents' large bathroom, which had both a tub and a separate shower. Before that, I went around the house and shut all the bedroom doors, turned off all the lights, and locked all the doors. I made sure everything was secure before we went into the room, and I even brought all of our pets with us, 3 cats and a dog. I was the last one into the room and the first one out. When I opened the door, I froze in absolute terror. Every bedroom door that I had closed was now open. Every light that I had turned off was back on. For a moment, I thought someone had broken in. I slammed the bedroom door shut, locked it again, and stood there trying to decide if I needed to call the police. But when we listened, the house was completely silent. No footsteps, no movement, no voices. After a few minutes, we slowly opened the door and crept into the hallway, looking around the house. Nothing was taken. The doors were still bolted shut from the inside. Every window was locked. There was no sign of a break-in. After that night, things got worse. I started hearing my name being called everywhere I went. At home. At school. In places where no one should have been saying my name. One day, I just couldn't take it anymore. I got off the school bus and refused to go inside the house. I stood outside, crying and screaming hysterically, saying I wouldn't go in until my parents got home. My mom rushed home as fast as she could. She didn't know what else to do, so the moment she got inside, she started yelling at whatever was there, demanding that it leave me alone and go away. Then, she took me to our church, where the pastor sat me down and talked to me about everything. He told me that whatever was in my home was feeding off my fear. He said that the best way to get rid of it was to show it that I wasn't afraid anymore. So I tried. For a while, things stopped. But now, I can feel it coming back. And I don't know what to do. I still don't know the history of my home. My parents refuse to tell me anything, and my father still doesn't believe the things that have happened to me. My mother just tells me that it's nothing I need to worry about. But it's not nothing. This thing, whatever it is, has always been focused on me. I'm also the youngest in my family, and I don't know if that means anything, but it feels like it does. Other strange things have happened. Many, many more things. But these are the ones that haunt me the most. There's one more thing I need to mention. When I was 12 years old, my family got a dog, a big one. She has been with me for a long time now, and ever since the first night she slept in my room, she has acted strange. That night, just before bedtime, she suddenly started growling at the floor. Her eyes followed something unseen, moving across the floor, up the wall, and into a corner of my ceiling. Her growling never stopped. Since then, she sometimes refuses to go into certain rooms. She won't enter my closet. She avoids my bathroom. And on some nights, she stares at nothing and growls, just like she did that first time. I don't know why this is happening to me. I don't know what it wants. And I don't know how to make it stop. A couple of years ago, I lived in a house in South Carolina with my friend. It was deep in the woods, with the nearest house about 2 miles away, barely visible through the thick trees and plants. It was an old, two-story house with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. The kind of house that, at first glance, would make anyone say, "This place has to be haunted." It had that eerie, unsettling look, almost like something out of a horror movie. At first, everything seemed fine. But within a few months of moving in, strange things started happening. It began subtly. Cups and cans would tilt to their sides, balancing in an impossible way as if held by an unseen hand. At times, they looked like they should topple over, yet they never did. Over time, the activity escalated. Objects fell from walls, chairs moved to different spots overnight, mysterious footsteps echoed through the house when no one was walking, doors opened by themselves, and my TV would switch on without explanation. One night, my friend and I were sitting on the couch, watching TV. Everything was normal until suddenly, the entire couch started shaking, bouncing up and down at least an inch off the ground. We sat there, frozen in fear, too terrified to move, waiting for it to stop. That was the moment we realized just how powerful whatever haunted that house really was. A few weeks later, both my friend and I fell sick. Not just a mild cold, but a deep, feverish illness that left us barely able to get up. We were so weak that friends had to bring us groceries because neither of us had the energy to leave the house. It felt like the sickness was draining every bit of strength from us, and no matter how much we rested, it wouldn't go away. Then came the night that changed everything. We were sitting on the couch, both feeling miserable, when I heard laughter outside. It wasn't ordinary laughter, it was high-pitched, almost mocking. I turned to the window and saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing outside was a small figure, barely 3 feet tall, but its features were all wrong. Its eyes were massive, far too big for its face, dark and hollow. It had a normal nose, ears, and mouth, but its grin was something out of a nightmare, wide, stretched, and unnatural. The way it looked at us sent a wave of dread through me. It wasn't human, and it knew we were watching. I thought, for a second, that maybe the fever was making me hallucinate. But when I turned to my friend, his wide, horrified eyes told me everything. "You see it too, right?" I asked, barely able to speak. He nodded. Then, more of them appeared. 24 at least, all with the same oversized, soulless eyes and twisted smiles. They carried tiny daggers, glinting in the dim moonlight. They started yelling, their voices shrill and unnatural. "We're going to get in there and cut you! I'm going to slice your throat!" Their words were filled with malice, their voices echoing through the trees like a chorus of pure evil. We wanted to run, to hide, but we were too weak. The sickness had left us drained, unable to do anything but lock the doors and windows, our bodies barely able to move. We sat on the couch, watching the doors, waiting for something to happen. Then, one of them spoke in a voice so clear it sent a chill down my spine. "As soon as you fall asleep, we're coming in to kill you!" That was it. That was the moment real fear settled into my bones. My friend turned to me, his face pale and drenched in sweat. "We can't sleep," he whispered. "We have to take shifts." So we did. One of us would stay awake while the other dozed for a little while. But we were so weak, so exhausted, that at some point, we both passed out. When we woke up, the house was silent. I looked around, expecting to see the small creatures peering through the windows. But they were gone. There was no trace of them, no laughter, no movement, nothing. Just stillness. And the strangest part? The fever, the sickness that had been weighing us down for days, was completely gone. I turned to my friend. "I'm leaving," I said, my voice still shaking. He didn't argue. He didn't try to stop me. He just nodded. I packed my things and moved out. He stayed behind, but I never looked back. Since that night, I haven't had a single paranormal experience. No hauntings. No strange occurrences. It was like whatever was in that house had stayed there, trapped within those walls. I don't know what they were, spirits, demons, some unknown entity, but I do know that I never want to see them again. Growing up, I lived in a large two-story house built in the early 1900s, originally designed as apartments but later converted into a single home. It was where my parents, my sister, and I spent most of our childhood. From as far back as I can remember, we all experienced strange occurrences, some mild and unsettling, others deeply frightening. There were the usual oddities: footsteps creaking above us when no one was upstairs, doors slowly unlatching and swinging open before our eyes, and the eerie sensation of being watched no matter where you were in the house. My mother had a delicate wind-up music box with an encased rose inside, and without anyone touching it, the music would start playing and the rose would spin. We'd hear pool balls clinking together upstairs, even when we knew no one was playing. But the thing that disturbed me the most was the whisper. I constantly heard a man's voice whisper my name right into my ear. No one else ever seemed to hear it, just me. Our dog, Samson, a big Samoan pup who was normally fearless, would cower under the dining room table whenever we left the house. No matter how short our trip, we'd return to find he had soiled the floor, something he never did otherwise. It was as if something tormented him whenever we were gone. On several occasions, the blinds on the kitchen door leading outside would suddenly fly up just as we reached for the doorknob, as if something wanted to startle us. Whenever my sister and I ran to our parents in fear, they would always try to come up with logical explanations. Whether they were genuinely in denial or just trying to comfort us, I don't know. But deep down, even as a child, I could tell they weren't entirely convinced by their own reasoning. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that my mother finally shared her own experiences, along with some of my father's. She told me about a time she had been alone in the house, cooking in the kitchen. My dad had gone to the store, and my sister and I had tagged along. While she was preparing food, she suddenly heard the side door, the one leading to the driveway, slammed shut. A moment later, she heard my father's voice calling out, "Hello?" Thinking he needed help unloading groceries, she left the kitchen to check. But when she reached the hallway, it was empty. Looking out the window, she saw that the car was still gone. My dad hadn't returned yet. One of the most chilling things she shared with me, though, was when I told her about a dream I had shortly before we moved. In my dream, I was lying in bed when I saw a little boy and girl standing at the foot of my bed. They were dressed in Victorian-style clothing, with solemn expressions on their faces, watching me in complete silence. Before I could even finish describing them, my mom stopped me. She began asking me questions. Did they have brown hair? Was the girl taller? Were they wearing old-fashioned clothes? She described them exactly as I had seen them. I was stunned. How could she possibly know? That's when she told me my father had experienced the exact same thing. He had been sleeping on the sofa in the living room and woke up to find the same two children standing over him, watching him in the same silent, eerie way. As if that wasn't unsettling enough, when I was around 13 or 14, my sister and I had two of our cousins sleep over. We were upstairs in her room, bored, and someone, I can't even remember who, suggested we make a homemade Ouija board. We started asking random, silly questions, half joking around. But then I asked, if someone is really here with us, can you give us a sign? Almost immediately, we heard a loud crashing sound. We all turned toward the two windows in my sister's room that faced the street. One of them was completely shattered, glass littered the floor. The strange thing was that our house was 2 stories high, and the windows had sturdy screens on the outside that were still perfectly intact. No holes, no tears, nothing that suggested something had been thrown through. My dad ran outside, expecting to find a rock or something that could have caused the break, but there was nothing. After that, the house felt different. The presence, whatever it was, became stronger, darker. One afternoon, when I was home alone, I was sitting in the living room watching TV. I was always the first one home from school, which meant I usually had the house to myself for a couple of hours. That day, I felt something was off. It wasn't the usual sense of being watched, it was much more intense. It felt as if someone was standing inches from my face, glaring at me with pure hatred. Fear took over. I bolted out of the house without even shutting the door behind me and ran across the street to a neighbor's house. I didn't go back inside until my mom came home and found me there, too scared to return on my own. My sister had her own terrifying encounter not long after that. One night, she was lying in bed, struggling to fall asleep. Her bed faced her bedroom door, which led to a hallway with a staircase descending to the main floor. She heard a soft tapping sound at the door, followed by the doorknob slowly turning. The door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. She watched as the shadow turned and walked toward my parents' room. At first, she thought it was one of them checking in on her. But when she got up and followed it, she found their room empty. Confused, she ran downstairs, only to find them both sitting in the living room, watching a movie. They hadn't moved for nearly an hour. After that, she refused to sleep alone for 2 weeks. We moved out of that house when I was 15. A few months later, someone threw a Molotov cocktail through a window, and the house burned down. I remember feeling relieved when I heard the news. It was as if whatever had been lurking inside had finally been destroyed. To this day, I still think about that house and the things that happened there. I've wanted to research its history, to find out what might have caused all those disturbances, but I don't even know where to start. All I know is that whatever lived in that house, whether it was the spirits of those children or something much darker, it never felt human. When I was a teenager, I was on a flight with my parents, heading to visit my sister. It was a small commuter plane, half empty, and the journey had been smooth until we were about to land. Just as we were descending toward the runway, the plane suddenly nosed up and started gaining altitude again. The pilot circled around and made another attempt, but again, the landing gear wouldn't engage. Over the intercom, he announced that he would try once more before resorting to an emergency belly landing. Below, we could see emergency vehicles rushing toward the runway, spraying foam in preparation. I remember feeling a wave of fear and nausea wash over me, gripping my seat as I tried to steady my breathing. And then, suddenly, I heard a voice. It was female, soft but firm, and it spoke right into my ear. "This will all be fine." I knew immediately that it wasn't my mother. She was several seats away, frozen in terror. It wasn't my father either, who sat beside me, silent and tense. The voice was calm, reassuring, and as soon as I heard it, my fear melted away. A strange, almost unnatural sense of peace took over, and for reasons I couldn't explain, I knew everything would be okay. Moments later, the pilot made his final attempt, and this time, the landing gear locked into place. The plane touched down smoothly, and we came to a stop without incident. Afterward, my father told me that he, too, had felt an overwhelming sense of calm just before the landing. My mother, on the other hand, was so terrified that she lost her voice for over a week. Years passed before I heard the voice again. One evening, when I was in my 20s, I was working late in the office. My soon-to-be husband had told me that he would be staying late as well, so I figured I might as well do the same. By 5 p.m., the building had emptied out, and I was alone at my desk, typing away. That's when I heard it, clear as day, as if someone were standing right beside me. "You should go home now." I froze, looking around. No one was there. My first instinct should have been fear, but instead, I felt an odd sense of urgency. Without questioning it, I shut down my computer, grabbed my coat and bag, and left the office. When I arrived home, I noticed something strange, an acrid smell in the air, something burnt. I walked through my apartment, checking the stove, the outlets, the heater. The smell was getting stronger, and then I saw it, a haze of smoke lingering in the air. But nothing in my apartment was burning. Grabbing my phone, I stepped outside. My apartment occupied the top floor of a 2-story house, while my downstairs neighbors lived on the main and basement levels. I ran around to their entrance, and started banging on the door while calling my landlord, who lived across the street. He rushed over with his spare key, and as soon as he unlocked the door, thick smoke billowed out. The downstairs tenants had left a pan of bacon grease on a lit burner, and had gone out. The pan hadn't yet ignited, but it was only a matter of time. If I hadn't been home, if I hadn't heard the voice telling me to leave work, the house could have gone up in flames. The next time I heard the voice, it came as a warning. It was a bitter January night, and my husband, who was working in ice research, was scheduled to leave on a ship just after midnight. A colleague was picking him up, and they planned to drive together to the dock, about an hour and a half outside the city. Around 9 p.m., he told me they'd be leaving soon. That's when the voice spoke again. "Tell him not to go." I hesitated before repeating the message aloud. He laughed it off. I pressed him, telling him the roads were icy, that it wasn't safe. He reassured me that they'd be in a 4x4 and that I had nothing to worry about. I even admitted that I had heard a warning, but my husband is a skeptic and brushed it off. So he left. As soon as he did, a strange feeling settled over me. I wasn't anxious, I wasn't restless, I was simply waiting. I sat in a chair, hands in my lap, staring at nothing. For 30 minutes, I just waited. Then, the phone rang. It was my husband. Their truck had hit a patch of black ice, gone airborne over a guardrail, and flipped multiple times down an embankment. When he called, he was still hanging upside down in the wreckage, dazed and disoriented, but alive. He called me before 911. They were lucky. The truck was destroyed, but my husband walked away with only minor cuts and bruises. His colleague had a neck injury but recovered. Considering the severity of the crash, they should not have survived. I never doubted the voice again. But I still wasn't prepared for what happened next. One morning, I was leaving for work and couldn't find my travel mug. Frustrated, I grabbed my favorite handmade pottery mug instead. It was large, green, and one of a kind. As I picked it up, the voice returned, this time scolding. "If you take that cup out of this house, it will never come back in again." I actually laughed. It was just a mug. Of all the things I had been warned about, plane crashes, fires, car accidents, why would a spirit bother warning me about a coffee cup? I ignored it. At work, I sipped my coffee from my beloved mug, convinced that I was imagining things. But at the end of my shift, as I was gathering my things, I accidentally knocked the mug off my desk. It shattered into dozens of tiny pieces. I stood there, staring at the broken fragments, remembering the warning. "It will never come back in again." I had never understood why the voice had spoken to me that day, but I suppose the point wasn't the mug, it was the message. It was reminding me that I should always listen. To this day, I don't know who, or what, the voice is. But I've stopped questioning it. When it speaks, I listen. I moved around a lot as a child, but as far back as I can remember, things started happening when I was just 4 years old. It was right after we had moved into a new house. My dad used to tell me that he would hear footsteps on the landing outside my bedroom at night. He would always come to check on me, but every time he did, he found me fast asleep. At the time, I didn't understand why he seemed so worried. He would always tell me, "If you ever see anything, let me know." I didn't question it much, but now, looking back, I think he already knew something was wrong with that house. Not long after, he moved out. My mom told me later that he couldn't take it anymore. The small things continued after he left: footsteps, objects going missing, doors creaking open by themselves. Some days things were quiet, and other days they weren't. But one thing never changed. My dad refused to ever step foot in that house again. As time passed, my mom started changing. She became an alcoholic. I would hear her talking to herself, and sometimes I would find her sitting in front of the fireplace, just staring at the wall for hours. It was as if she wasn't there, as if something had taken her mind somewhere else. Eventually, she decided we needed a fresh start, so we moved to a town called St. Neots, on the outskirts of Cambridge. I didn't want to leave my friends or my dad, but both of my parents insisted that this move was for the best. The house we moved into belonged to my mom's new boyfriend. It was an old Victorian house, massive and filled with antique furniture. At first, things seemed fine. No footsteps, no strange noises, no missing objects. Life actually felt normal. But that didn't last long. 3 months after moving in, it started again. At first, I would see shadows, always in the corners of the room. A tall man with a dark presence. I could never make out his face, but I knew he was there, just standing, watching. Then came the whispers. I would hear my name being called when no one was around. That was when the nightmares started. The same dream, over and over. Something was wrong with that house, and somehow, it was changing us. My mother and I had never been close, but since we moved into that house, we hated each other. She drank even more, and no matter what I did, she would find something to yell at me for. It was like she wasn't even my mother anymore, like something was pulling her deeper into the darkness. After one particularly bad fight, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag and went to stay at my friend's house for the night. Her parents were out, so we were alone until midnight. We spent the evening talking about the strange things happening in my house, trying to make sense of it. That's when the power went out. We panicked, trying to open her bedroom door, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked from the outside. We could hear something on the other side, holding it shut. We banged on the door, screaming for help, but nothing happened. The door stayed shut until her parents got home. The moment they stepped inside the house, the door unlocked by itself. 1 week later, I moved in with my dad. My mom's boyfriend had never liked me, and when I told him about what happened, he accused me of lying. He didn't want me in his house anymore. Shortly after I left, my mother was sent to prison. I don't like talking about why. I haven't seen or spoken to her since then. My dad tells me it's for the best. Since moving in with my dad, the strange things haven't completely stopped, but they aren't as extreme as before. I still get the occasional shadow in the corner of my eye, the feeling that I'm being watched, but nothing like what happened in those houses. I've asked my dad why this all started. He tells me it began with my grandmother. Sometimes he asks me about the tall shadow man. He tells me that I used to see him in my dreams as a child, though I don't remember. I don't know who or what he is, but I know he's still there, watching. This happened a few months ago to my boyfriend, Colton, and me. I just found this site and thought maybe I could get some feedback on what others think this might be. So here it goes. We were driving home from his parents' house. We live in Grande Prairie, Alberta, and his parents live near Blueberry Mountain, which is about an hour and a half away. It was still winter, and the roads were bad, so we took our time. As we were driving, I noticed something strange. The moon was unusually large and slowly turning a dark orange, almost red. Since I'm pagan, I immediately felt uneasy because, for me, that's usually a sign to be cautious. I didn't say anything to Colton because I didn't want to freak him out, but I did ask him to drive a little slower. It was around 1 a.m. when we finally reached town. Just as we hit the first set of lights, something happened that neither of us can explain. Out of nowhere, a black figure appeared right in front of the car. Colton slammed the brakes, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. There was no impact. No sound. Just nothing. We sat there in shock. The light was green, and luckily, no one was behind us, otherwise, we could have been rear-ended. Colton gripped his chest and started crying. It wasn't just from fear. For 10 whole seconds, he actually thought he had hit someone. He's always been a kind soul, and for the past 2 years, he's suffered major heart issues, so his reaction was completely understandable. I knew we hadn't hit anything. I saw the figure vanish just as we stopped. I held him, trying to calm him down, but inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was really wrong. He kept asking me, over and over, "What happened? What did I just see?" He knows that I believe in this kind of thing because of past experiences, but this was completely new for him. He had only ever had one paranormal experience before, but that was nothing like this. The moment I saw the figure, I thought it might be a shadow. Not a normal shadow cast by a person, this was something else. I've encountered shadow entities before, and most of them aren't necessarily evil, but they like to make themselves known and can sometimes be tricksters. But this one felt different. Darker. Stronger. More intense. We drove home slowly, and eventually he fell asleep. But I stayed awake for a long time, feeling like something wasn't right. The next morning, Colton woke up just fine and went about his day as usual. But as the night came, things took a terrifying turn. We crawled into bed, as usual. Colton always falls asleep laying on my arm, either facing me with his head on my chest or facing away but still holding on to me. He also twitches a lot in his sleep, more than anyone I've ever known. That night, the twitching started up like normal. Then, it got violent. His body jerked hard, like he was trying to escape from something. Suddenly, he bolted upright, drenched in sweat. His eyes were wide with terror, and for a moment, I thought he was going to start crying. I laid him back down, trying to calm him, and he told me about his dream. We were in the car, just like that night, driving home from his parents' house. He glanced in the rearview mirror. There was something in the back seat. This thing was massive, its legs pulled up to its chest, hunched over because it was too tall for the car's ceiling. Now, if you've ever been in a 2005 Ford Mustang GT, you know that the back seat is tiny. Most adults can barely fit back there. But this thing took up the entire back seat. He couldn't see its body clearly, but then, it lifted its head. Its eyes were yellow, almost like a cat's, but dirty-looking, as if they were glowing from within. It had no nose, or if it did, he couldn't make it out. And then it grinned. Its mouth stretched from ear to ear, filled with sharp, jagged teeth, like something out of a nightmare. And it was staring at me. Menacingly. Colton panicked. He slammed the brakes, threw open the door, ran to my side of the car. And I was gone. So was the figure. He ran around the car, screaming my name, searching for me, but there was nothing but empty darkness. Then he woke up. For the next 2 nights, he was too scared to sleep, but when he finally did, the dreams stopped. Until a few nights later. He fell asleep quickly, but about an hour later, he woke up in a panic, thinking I was dead. In his dream, he had been lying in bed, just like real life. He opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. The shadow figure was there, hovering over me. Its expression was furious. I was turned away from him, completely unaware of what was happening. Colton screamed at it, and the figure suddenly lunged at him, reaching for his chest, right over his heart. Instinct kicked in. He grabbed the shadow's arm with one hand and, with all his strength, punched straight through its chest with the other. The shadow screamed. It pulled away from him, rushing toward the closet, and then he woke up. I was in the exact same position I had been in during his dream. I wasn't breathing for a moment, something I tend to do in my sleep, though I usually start back up again. But the way I was lying, still and unmoving, terrified him. That was when I saw it. On the wall beside our closet, there's a large mirror. And as Colton tried to calm himself, I saw the shadow figure inside the mirror. It was glaring at me. Then, in an instant, it turned and disappeared. Since that night, we haven't seen it again. But I still can't figure out what it was, why it was so hostile toward me, or why it felt so different from other shadow figures I've encountered before. Whatever it was, it terrified Colton. And it still lingers in the back of my mind, like a warning. Like it's not truly gone. Colton has been through more than most people could ever imagine. 4 strokes and 3 heart attacks in just 1 year. The doctors told him there was nothing they could do, that he wouldn't survive. But somehow he did. Over time, he slowly started to recover, but lately, we've been wondering if he is living on borrowed time. After what happened that night, I can't shake the feeling that something is trying to take him back. Colton has always twitched in his sleep, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. It's normal for me to feel his body jerk suddenly, sometimes even waking me up. That night, it happened again, a full body twitch that pulled me out of sleep. I didn't think much of it at first, just lay there trying to go back to sleep, when I felt him sit up. I opened my eyes and turned to look at him, expecting to see him awake. But he wasn't. His eyes were closed, his breathing steady, and he was still snoring lightly. I called his name, but he didn't respond. He just sat there, slightly swaying, as if lost in some deep sleep. This had never happened before, not once in the 7 months we had been living together. I kept watching him, waiting for him to wake up, but he didn't. After almost 5 minutes, I gave up and gently laid him back down, letting him rest his head on my shoulder. He curled up against me, pulling his legs tightly to his chest, pressing them against my side. It wasn't the most comfortable position, but I could deal with it. Barely 2 minutes passed before something happened that made my blood run cold. Colton's entire body was pulled downward. It wasn't a slow shift, or a normal movement in sleep. It was a sudden, sharp pull, as if something had grabbed him and dragged him down my body. He slid from my shoulder all the way down to my pelvis before quickly curling his legs back up again, pressing them to his chest. There was no possible way he could have done this on his own. I was wide awake now, every nerve in my body screaming at me that something was wrong. There was no one else in the room, no one who could have pulled him. And yet, he had been yanked down as if something unseen had grabbed him. That's when I realized the door was open. It was always closed when we slept. No one had come in. No one had left. Fear took over. I held onto him as tightly as I could without hurting him, trying to convince myself that I was imagining things. My feet were outside the blankets, reaching the edge of the bed. Then I felt it. Something moved. A soft, barely there touch, brushing against my foot. I froze. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe just the blanket shifting. Maybe my imagination. Then it happened again. Something was there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. Colton sat up again. I called his name, trying to wake him, but he didn't respond. He kept snoring, his body swaying slightly like before. I laid him back down, trying not to panic, trying to convince myself that this was some strange sleep habit I had never noticed before. I waited, heart hammering in my chest. Then, another tug. A smaller one this time, but still there, still unmistakable. I could barely breathe. My body was locked in place, frozen by fear. Colton suddenly woke up, gasping for air, bolting upright in bed. He clutched his chest, breathing heavily, his face twisted in pain. I flicked on the light and lifted his shirt, expecting to find nothing, only to see 4 deep, jagged cuts exactly where his heart was. It doesn't make sense. There was nothing in the bed that could have done that. Colton doesn't have nails long enough to scratch himself, and I had been holding on to him the entire time. The cuts weren't there when we fell asleep, but now they were fresh, red, and deep. Later, I started researching what could have happened. I spoke to a few people who know about the paranormal, about myths and legends, and they mentioned something terrifying: an imp. An imp is said to be a taker of souls, a being that comes for people who are living on borrowed time. People who should have died but didn't. Colton fits that description. What scares me the most is that once an imp marks someone, it won't stop until it takes them. The marks on his chest have healed, but the scars are still there, a permanent reminder of whatever happened that night. I can't explain it. I don't know why it happened or if it will happen again. But I'm terrified. I still remember the first time something truly strange happened to me. My sister was staying at a friend's house that night, so I was alone in our bedroom. Everything seemed normal at first, but as I lay in bed, I started feeling uncomfortable, like someone was watching me. I turned onto my side, facing the dressing table mirror, and that's when I saw her. She was standing inside the mirror. A middle-aged woman with short blonde hair and dungarees. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She just stood there, watching me. I panicked and hid under my covers, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But every time I built up the courage to peek, she was still there. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just lay there, trapped between my own fear and the silent presence of this woman in the mirror. Years later, after moving into a different house, the strange experiences continued. One day, I turned on my TV and found it was on an adult channel, which I knew for a fact I hadn't put on. I asked my family if anyone had been in my room, but everyone denied touching my TV. I brushed it off as a weird glitch. But then, a few days later, it happened again. This time, I was watching a completely different show when, out of nowhere, the TV started switching channels on its own. First, it flicked back to the adult station. Then to wrestling. It kept switching back and forth for a few minutes, as if someone else had taken control. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it went back to my original show. That wasn't the only thing that happened in that house. One night, my sister, a friend, and I were watching a horror movie in our bedroom. My dog was lying beside us, as calm as ever. Then, she suddenly started growling at the corner of the room. She had never done that before. Her whole body tensed up. She started shaking, her eyes looking wild and panicked as she growled at something we couldn't see. My sister went pale. She had always said she felt cold spots in that corner, but she had never seen the dog react like this before. She had even mentioned seeing a shadow in that spot when lying in bed. That night, none of us could ignore the feeling that something was there. The strange occurrences weren't just limited to home. At my previous job, I was in the large stockroom on the top floor when I sneezed. Immediately, I heard a woman's voice say, "Bless you." I turned to say thank you, but I was completely alone. There was no one there. At that same job, I was on the top floor again when I heard a woman call my name. I assumed someone needed me, so I called back. "What's wrong?" No one responded. I went downstairs, asking if anyone had called me, but everyone swore they hadn't said a word. Recently, though, it hasn't been a woman's voice I've been hearing. Now it's a man. I don't know who he is, but I've heard him multiple times in just the past month. The first time was during two incredibly strange dreams. In the first, I was looking out my bedroom window when I suddenly felt something behind me. I turned around and saw the Grim Reaper standing there. Without warning, he lunged for my neck. I woke up in a panic, gasping for air. The second dream was just as unsettling. I dreamt that a man broke into my bedroom through the window. Somehow, he managed to convince my mom to join him in the kitchen, and they started cooking together like old friends. I walked in, feeling confused, and that's when he turned toward me. Before I could react, he shoved a knife into my mouth. I woke up gagging and sweating, my heart racing. But it wasn't just in dreams. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching Formula 1. The commentators were talking about Lewis Hamilton when I suddenly heard a deep male voice say, "F***ck Louis." I turned to my boyfriend and snapped. "What was that for?" His face went pale. "What?" he asked, looking confused. I repeated what I just heard, assuming he had mumbled it under his breath. But he swore up and down that he hadn't said anything, and that he hadn't even heard it. He was genuinely scared to tell me the truth. 2 days later, something even worse happened. I had just finished my shower and was sitting on the bed to dry off. The hallway outside the room was completely dark, but I suddenly felt something move outside the door. It wasn't a sound, exactly, more like a feeling. I ignored it and kept getting dressed. Then I heard it. A man's voice. Whispering my name. "Paige." He said it over and over again. I assumed it was my boyfriend trying to scare me, so I called out, "What are you doing?" No answer. I got up and walked out of the room, ready to catch him in the act. But as soon as I stepped into the hallway, I realized there was no one there. I searched the entire house. My boyfriend wasn't upstairs. He was downstairs on his laptop the whole time. He's terrified of ghosts, and he hates horror movies. There is no way he would have tried to scare me like that. But something else did. Something that knows my name. I don't know what's been following me all these years. I don't know if it's more than one thing, or if it's been the same presence all along. But one thing is certain. It's getting bolder. and I don't know what it wants. I'm only 14, which means it's not exactly easy for me to reach out to paranormal investigators or have a priest come cleanse my house. My parents don't believe in anything involving the afterlife, demons, or anything of that nature, so asking them for help isn't an option. But that hasn't stopped me from trying to figure out what's going on. About 4 weeks ago, I was walking alone outside in a thunderstorm, making my way back home. It was around midnight, and my friend was also out looking for me, though I didn't know it at the time. As I was walking, I noticed something to my left, about 50 yards away, a black figure. At first I thought it might be my shadow, but something was off. It wasn't connected to me like a normal shadow should be. And besides, there were no light sources nearby to cast a shadow in the first place. It just stood there. Then it disappeared. The same thing happened the next night. Another shadowy figure, standing there, watching. Then gone. A week later, I was in my room, sitting at my computer. My door was open, and from the hallway, I heard a raspy male voice say something I couldn't understand. I froze. My dad is the only man in our house, but he doesn't sound like that. A few days later, I left for a 6-day trip to my family's vacation house. I thought maybe getting away from my home would clear my mind, but instead, I felt even more unsettled. At random times, I would feel cold gusts of wind running up my back, even when the windows were closed. I kept getting the feeling that I was never really alone, even when I was sitting in an empty room. Then came the dream. I saw a boy, maybe 15 or 16 years old, someone I had never met before. I don't remember much about the dream, just his face. But something about it stuck with me. When I finally returned home, I felt uneasy. I wanted to get rid of whatever had attached itself to me, so I lit scented candles, played calming music, and tried to meditate. After about 15 minutes, I felt better. For the first time in weeks, things felt normal. That peace only lasted 2 days. Then, my pets started acting strangely. That afternoon, my grandmother came over to show me her new Jeep. I rushed to get dressed, grabbed my phone, and was about to walk out the back door when I noticed my cat. He was sitting on the living room table, staring at me. Something about his eyes didn't look right. They were huge, and his pupils were so small it looked like he was staring straight into the sun. It was unnatural. I pulled out my phone and took a picture. Later, I looked at the photo and my stomach dropped. His eyes were ice blue. His pupils were tiny and constricted, completely different from how they normally looked. My cat's eyes are usually green and gold, and because we live in a dimly lit house, his pupils are always dilated. But in that picture they weren't. Later that night, I was in my room watching a horror movie. My door was open, so I could hear everything happening in the hallway. Halfway through the movie, I heard my dog eating from my cat's food bowl in the bathroom. I turned my head to look. Sure enough, my dog was in the bathroom, his head buried in the bowl. That's when I got an idea. I wanted to see if whatever was in my house could actually do something on command. So I spoke to it. "Are you there?" The moment I said those words, my chest tightened. It felt like something was pressing down on me. I swallowed and forced out my next request. "Make my dog stop eating from the bowl." The eating noises stopped immediately. My heart started pounding. "Make him leave the bathroom." A second later, my dog walked out of the bathroom. I barely managed to whisper, "Thank you." As soon as I said it, my heart sank. I had just communicated with it. And it had listened. At that moment, I felt more afraid than I ever had in my life. Since then, I've been trying to figure out what I'm dealing with. I've researched demons, ghosts, spirits, anything that might explain what's happening. One possibility stood out to me, the incubus. From what I've read, an incubus is a demonic entity that sometimes toys with its victim before fully attacking. It can also appear in dreams before making itself fully known. That dream I had, the boy I didn't recognize. Could it have been connected? Another theory is that this could be a spirit that has attached itself to me. I've heard that some spirits follow people instead of staying in one place. Is it possible that a ghost or entity has latched onto me without full possession? I talked to a family member about what's been happening, and she suggested that it might be a spirit guide. But after researching spirit guides, I don't think that's what this is. A spirit guide is supposed to be helpful, protective, calming. Whatever is with me doesn't feel that way. I don't know what it wants. I don't know how to make it leave. But one thing is clear. It's listening. And I'm scared of what happens next. When my family moved into this house 2.5 years ago, I thought it was unsettling, but only because it was small and dated, having been built in the 60s. At first, everything seemed normal, boring even. But as time went on, things started to change. That summer, my friends and I, being the reckless 14-year-old girls we were, made a mistake. We brought over a Ouija board. I had only had one real experience with one before, so I didn't think much of it. We set it up in my room and asked a few questions. Nothing happened. It seemed like a dud, and I forgot about it. But looking back, I wonder if that was when everything really started. I can't pinpoint exactly when things began to feel off, but I've always had an uneasy feeling about the guest room next to mine. My sister visited once and stayed there. The next morning, she said she heard a woman talking to her in the middle of the night. She assumed it was our mom, but my mom swore she never went upstairs. That was the first real sign that something was wrong. After that, small things started happening. Doors creaking open on their own. I told myself it was the AC. Doors closing. Maybe it was a draft. But then, something happened that I couldn't ignore. I was in a long-distance relationship at the time, and my ex and I would often fall asleep on the phone together. One night, around 3:30 a.m., I fell asleep. She later told me that as she was drawing and listening to music, she heard my bedroom door open. Then, she said, I pushed the phone away from myself, just like I normally would when someone came into my room to talk to me. The thing is, I was asleep. She was confused but just listened. She swore she heard a man's voice talking to me. He asked about scissors in a drawer. It wasn't my dad. It wasn't my brother. Then, she said, I mumbled something back and went back to sleep. The next morning, she told me what happened, and I felt a wave of dread. I asked my entire family if they had been awake at that time. No one was. I became even more paranoid after that. Then, something strange happened with my brother's girlfriend's cat, Lily. She usually stays upstairs in his room. One afternoon, I was sitting in the living room when I heard scratching at his door upstairs. My dog, Maggie, also looked up at the stairs, reacting to the noise. I was lazy and figured I'd get up and let Lily out later. A few minutes passed, and I went into my parents' bedroom to grab some food. That's when I saw Lily, sound asleep on the bed. I asked my mom how long Lily had been there. Maybe she had somehow snuck past me? My mom said she had been asleep for an hour. Then there was Maggie. One night, I was in my room when I heard her paws clicking outside my door. I heard her walk to my brother's room, push the door open, and go inside. She has a bad habit of sneaking in and eating Lily's food or peeing on the rug, so I got up to go get her out. But when I opened the door, there was no Maggie. I called her name, expecting her to come out from under the bed or behind the door. Nothing. I went downstairs, and there she was, sitting next to my dad, watching TV. There was no way she could have made it downstairs without me hearing her paws clicking on the floor. And there was no way she could have gotten down faster than me. The most disturbing experience happened one morning before school. I had just taken a shower when I heard Maggie barking from the bottom of the stairs. I walked over and called her up. She hesitated. Slowly, she climbed the stairs, step by step, as if she were avoiding something standing next to me. My stomach tightened. I quickly backed into my room and held the door open for her. She barked at the empty space again. I begged her to come inside. She finally sprinted into my room, and I slammed the door shut. At this point, I was convinced. There was someone, or something else in this house. I've always felt it was a man. A few months ago, he started waking me up in the morning. I would wake up with an overwhelming urge to get out of bed. I would try to ignore it, but the feeling would only grow stronger. The moment I finally gave in and got up, the feeling would vanish. It happened so often that I eventually said out loud, "Please stop." And just like that, he did. For about a month and a half, things were quiet. Then, a few nights ago, everything started up again. It was late, between 12 and 2 a.m., when I finally went to bed. Around 4 a.m., I woke up parched. I went downstairs, grabbed a water bottle, and felt a wave of unease coming back up the stairs. I blamed it on paranoia and went back to bed. I turned away from the room, facing the wall, and tried to fall asleep. Then I heard it. My closet door creaked open. I told myself it was nothing. I turned over and tried to ignore it. But my heart was racing. Something didn't feel right. I slowly sat up and stared at the now open closet. Maggie was sleeping inside it. I could hear her snoring. She hadn't moved it. I glanced around the room. The TV was on but muted. I never sleep in total darkness. Still, I felt like something was watching me. I called for Maggie. At first, she didn't move. I called again, my voice shaky. Finally, she got up and walked toward my bed. The moment she stepped out of the closet, the door creaked again. I felt pure terror. I turned on music, forcing myself to stay still until morning. At 6 a.m., the moment it was light out, I went downstairs for breakfast. Since then, my girlfriend burned sage in my room and blessed it. She knows what she's doing, and since then, I've been less afraid. But something still lingers. I don't think he's gone. I think he's just waiting. About 10 years ago, my stepaunt had an encounter in her home in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. Her house wasn't just a home. It was also a private school for children between the ages of 3 and 6. During the day, the place was full of life, filled with the laughter of children, the voices of teachers guiding their lessons, and the sounds of the kitchen staff preparing meals. But at night, the atmosphere would change completely, turning silent and unsettling. The house was large, with 5 floors, each having 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The setup was practical for the school's operation. The first floor was designated for the 3-year-olds, while the older children had their classrooms on the higher floors. The third floor housed the 4-year-olds, and the higher the floor, the older the students. My stepaunt's bedroom was on the 2nd floor, where she lived with her husband. This was also where I stayed whenever I visited. Every morning, I would wake up to a heartwarming sight. At 7:30 a.m., the children arrived, greeted warmly by their teachers, who then led them inside in neat, single-file lines. The day was structured carefully: breakfast, Cantonese and Mandarin lessons, nap time, lunch, and then Vietnamese lessons in the afternoon. By 4 p.m., parents would return to pick up their children. Despite their young age, these kids already had homework, learning to read and write in both Chinese and Vietnamese. Since this was a private school, bilingual education was essential, and though Vietnam's national language is Vietnamese, these children were taught both Cantonese and Mandarin. Many people in Vietnam wake up as early as 5:30 a.m., making afternoon naps a common habit. Calling someone at noon would be just as inconsiderate as calling them at midnight because everyone took their midday rest seriously. My stepaunt also followed this routine, taking a nap in the afternoon when the school was quiet. One day, during her nap, she felt someone nudge her arm. A voice softly urged her to wake up. She ignored it at first, but then it happened again. The voice told her she was late for teaching. Annoyed, she opened her eyes and realized it was a Saturday. There was no school, and no one should have been waking her up. Still irritated, she got up and went downstairs, where she confronted the cook and the maid, asking why they had disturbed her. Both of them looked confused and said they hadn't done anything. They knew it was a Saturday. A few nights later, she woke up in the middle of the night. At the foot of her bed, she saw the figure of a woman sitting silently. The woman's back was turned to her, and though she seemed to be speaking, my step-aunt couldn't hear any sound. Fear took over, and she squeezed her eyes shut, trying to force herself back to sleep. Another night the woman returned, but this time, she wasn't alone. She had 2 children standing beside her. They simply stood there at the foot of the bed, watching. My step-aunt, terrified, refused to open her eyes for long. She tried to block out the sight, hoping that if she ignored them, they would disappear. This terrified me, especially since I slept in the same room whenever I visited. I never saw the woman myself, but there were moments when I heard my name being called in the house. I always told myself it was my imagination, though deep down, I wasn't so sure. The house had always had an eerie feeling at night. During the day, it was a place of joy, full of students and teachers moving through the halls. But after dark, looking up the winding stairwell was unsettling. The vibrant energy of the daytime faded into a heavy silence, and the once bustling school became an empty, hollow space. My aunt and her husband have since passed away, and the house has been sold. But even now, I still think about the memories of that place. The warmth of the children's laughter, the comforting routine of the school, and the strange presence that lingered when the sun went down. Part of me wonders if, in the afterlife, my aunt finally spoke to the woman who visited her. Perhaps now, they stand together, watching over their beloved home, 2 souls forever tied to the place they called their own. It was the middle of winter, the end of December, and January was just around the corner. At that time, I was a college student, deeply immersed in my studies. I was never the kind of person to have a large circle of friends, being naturally shy, and throughout my college life, I had only one close friend. On December 28, 1997, sometime between 3:30 and 4 p.m., I returned home from college, feeling exhausted and very hungry. The cold in Varanasi at that time of year was intense, with temperatures ranging between 5 to 6 degrees Celsius and dropping even lower in January and February. As was the usual routine in my household, my family members, my mother and others, were on the rooftop, soaking in the warmth of the winter sun. The house was eerily quiet and dimly lit. We had scheduled power cuts from 12:30 p.m. to 5 p.m., and there was no inverter or power backup in those days. The only light in the kitchen came from a kerosene lantern, flickering against the walls, mingling with the faint daylight filtering through the small Rochandons, ventilation windows, high on the walls. The rest of the house was dark and silent. I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings at first, too focused on my hunger. After grabbing a small snack, I decided to join my family on the rooftop. As I turned to lock the kitchen door behind me, something caught my eye. A figure moved from the dining room to the drawing room. I assumed it was my youngest brother. Without thinking much of it, I followed in the direction where I had seen him go. But when I stepped into the drawing room, no one was there. Confused, I stood still for a moment, my mind racing. I had locked the front door when I entered the house. How could my brother have entered? The realization hit me like a wave of fear, chilling me to my core. I decided to leave the house immediately, to run upstairs where my family was, but something stopped me. Before I could move, a force grabbed me. An overwhelming heat spread through my body, a burning sensation, as if I had been thrown into a furnace. My legs cramped, refusing to move. My voice was trapped inside my throat, strangled before I could even scream. A thick, invisible grip held me in place, stronger than anything I had ever felt before. I flailed my arms, thrashing desperately, fighting against the unseen force, but it wouldn't let go. Every attempt to break free felt useless, as if I were sinking deeper into some dark abyss. My strength was draining, and just when I thought it had complete control over me, a thought entered my mind, the goddess I worship. In my heart, I began calling out to her, praying for help, begging for deliverance from whatever had taken hold of me. At that exact moment, my pet dog began barking furiously, and my mother entered the apartment. The force immediately released me, and I collapsed onto the floor, drained and barely conscious. My mother screamed for help, and within moments my family rushed in. I was lifted from the floor and placed on the bed, trembling and drenched in sweat. The family doctor was called immediately. After checking me, he said I was fine, though my body temperature had risen slightly. He prescribed an energy tonic and some paracetamol to bring my fever down. When the doctor left, my mother sat beside me, worry evident in her eyes. She gently asked me what had happened inside the house while they were away. Still shaken, I told her everything, the shadow I had seen, the paralyzing force that grabbed me, and the unbearable heat that consumed me. Without hesitation, my mother went to prepare a remedy. She heated an iron rod over camphor flames, cooled it in holy Ganga water, and handed it to me to drink. The moment I drank it, I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. That night, my mother refused to leave my side. She sat beside my bed, watching over me along with my faithful dog, who stayed close, his ears alert, sensing the lingering presence of something unseen. Though I managed to sleep, my dreams were plagued with nightmares. 12 years have passed since that night, but the memory of that encounter never fades. My loyal dog, who had saved me that day, passed away on May 2nd, 2014. His death was not natural. For months he had been ill, under constant medical care, but despite all efforts, we couldn't save him. His loss devastated my mother the most. He had been her companion and protector, always by her side, guarding her from unseen forces. She still grieves for him, mourning the absence of the one soul who had always stood between us and the unknown. Even now, when I think back to that chilling winter evening, I wonder, was it a coincidence that I was saved just in time? Or had my dog sensed something unnatural lurking in the darkness, waiting to claim me? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It was a quiet night in the dormitory, the kind of stillness that settles over a place when most people have gone home for the weekend. My 3 roommates had left, leaving me alone in the room with my classmate, N. It was the kind of night that dragged on endlessly, filled with the hum of fluorescent lights, the soft scratch of pens on paper, and the occasional sigh of exhaustion. We were both busy working on our research papers, the kind that demanded every ounce of our concentration. It was well past 2 a.m., and the air was thick with fatigue, but we pushed on. Finally, I managed to finish my paper. My back was aching from the long hours hunched over my laptop, and my fingers felt stiff from typing. I stretched and let out a deep sigh of relief. Anne, on the other hand, was still at it, typing away, her eyes scanning her notes. I didn't want to disturb her, so I lay down on my bed, staring at the ceiling, letting my mind drift. I wasn't particularly sleepy, just mentally drained. My muscles relaxed as I let my body sink into the mattress, but my mind refused to rest. As I lay there, something strange began to happen. Even while Anne and I were talking about our research, my mind kept circling back to 3 words. At first, I couldn't make them out, like whispers just beyond my grasp. They swam in my thoughts, forming and reforming, pulling at my consciousness. They felt foreign yet familiar, as if I had always known them but had never spoken them aloud. The words had a presence of their own, tempting me to say them, teasing the edges of my awareness. I tried to ignore them, shaking off the feeling. But the more I resisted, the stronger their pull became. They weren't ordinary words. They held weight, depth, meaning, but a meaning I didn't understand. Then, in a moment of curiosity, or perhaps carelessness, I allowed myself to acknowledge them. The moment the words fully formed in my mind, I felt something shift in the air. A sudden, invisible force wrapped around me, like I had been yanked from reality into another space. The air turned dense, heavy, almost suffocating. It wasn't just warmth, it was an unnatural heat, like being trapped in an airless, narrow chamber. My limbs refused to move. A pressure built inside my chest, pressing down as if something unseen had wrapped itself around me. I couldn't breathe properly. I tried to call out to him, but my voice felt trapped in my throat. My ears buzzed, my heartbeat pounded in my head. The room felt distant, unreal, as if I had been pulled into a different version of it, one where time had slowed and the walls had invisible eyes. Then and spoke. But the words she said sent chills down my spine. "What do you want? Don't you know I'm resting?" I couldn't understand what she was saying or who she was talking to. Then she added, "Mom, Dad, I'm okay." Her voice was wrong. It wasn't just her voice anymore. It was layered, a second voice speaking with her at the same time. A man's voice, deep, distorted, yet eerily synchronized with hers. It was as if two voices had merged into one, creating a third, unnatural tone. It wasn't human, wasn't robotic, it was something else entirely. For a moment, my brain struggled to process what was happening. Anne's face remained still, blank, her eyes unblinking. She was speaking, but her expressions didn't match her words. It was like watching a recording playing over her body, as if she had been replaced by something else, something that had taken control. I wanted to move, to wake her up, to shake her out of whatever was happening. But I was still paralyzed, trapped in the suffocating force that held me in place. Then, suddenly, a picture appeared in my mind. I didn't know where it came from, it just forced itself into my vision, like an image projected directly onto my brain. There were 3 people in the picture, all smiling, looking at the camera. A woman stood on the left, a man in the middle, and a third figure, whose features refused to register in my mind. I tried to focus on the third person, but it was as if my brain wouldn't allow me to see them clearly. They were all wearing light yellow uniforms, the kind worn in factories or industrial workplaces. The lower right corner of the photo had a timestamp, but I couldn't read the numbers. It felt important, but at the same time, I wasn't meant to understand it. Then my mind zoomed in on the man in the center. The moment I focused on him, everything snapped back to reality. The pressure lifted. The room was normal again. The warmth vanished, replaced by a rush of cold air against my skin. I felt free, like I had just broken out of an invisible cage, and was back to normal, lying beside me, talking as if nothing had happened. She didn't remember saying anything strange. To her, it was just a normal conversation, a moment in time that never existed for her the way it had for me. I took a deep breath, the first deep breath I had taken in what felt like an eternity. My chest still felt tight, my body still weak, but I was back. For a moment, I considered the possibility that I had fallen asleep and had simply been dreaming. Maybe my mind had been playing tricks on me after a long night of work. Maybe it was just exhaustion, a hallucination, stress manifesting in a strange way. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. This wasn't just a dream. Something had happened, something real, something I couldn't explain. And the worst part? I felt guilty. It didn't make sense. Why would I feel guilty? But every time I thought about that night, a deep, unshakable sense of responsibility weighed on me. It was as if I had failed to do something, failed to deliver a message. Who was that man in the photo? Why had I seen him? What did he want? And why did it feel like his parents were still waiting for him to come home? I tried to tell myself that he said he was okay, that those were Anne's words, or rather, his words through Anne. But was he really okay? Or was he saying that to ease someone else's pain? Maybe he just wanted to be acknowledged. Maybe that's why the words had called to me that night, why I had felt the urge to speak them. And maybe, just maybe, if I had known what they meant, I could have done something more. But it's been years, and now those words are gone, locked away in my memory, or erased by something that doesn't want me to remember them. I don't know if I'll ever understand what really happened that night. I only know that I will never forget it. I was about 5 or 6 years old when this happened. It was early in the morning, and I was at school while my dad was at work. My mom was home alone, watching TV, when the phone rang. It was one of those clear, light-up landline phones that looked futuristic back then. She picked it up, but there was nothing but silence on the other end. She waited a few seconds, thinking maybe it was a bad connection, but when no sound came, she hung up. A couple of minutes later, the phone rang again. She answered, and again, there was nothing but silence. A strange feeling crept over her, but she brushed it off and turned the ringer off completely. That should have been the end of it. But then, the phone rang again. She froze. It wasn't possible. The ringer was off. There shouldn't have been any sound. Her pulse quickened as she stared at the phone, unable to process what was happening. Terrified, she quickly unplugged the phone from the wall. She sat back down, trying to calm herself, but a few minutes later, it rang again. That was enough. She broke down in tears, grabbed her coat, and ran out of the apartment. She walked all the way to my dad's workplace, refusing to go back home alone. She wouldn't step foot in that house again until he was off work and could go back with her. That phone call was never explained. Another time, my dad was at work again, and my mom was having a girls' night with her friend Jean. I was still young, around the same age, and I was there too. They watched TV while I stayed up for a while, but at some point, around 9, my mom sent me to bed. The layout of our apartment was simple. The living room was the main space, and to the left was a hallway that led to the bedrooms and bathroom. At the start of that hallway, there was an entrance to the kitchen. The fridge was on the right, and across from it, a large framed picture hung on the wall, encased in plastic. That picture reflected everything in the living room. It was like a mirror. About an hour later, while my mom and Jean were still watching TV, my mom saw me standing by the fridge in the reflection of the picture. This wasn't unusual. As a kid, I had a habit of standing in the hallway and watching TV through the reflection instead of actually coming into the living room. "Go back to bed," my mom called without turning around. Then, she went back to watching TV. 5 minutes passed. She glanced at the picture again, and I was still there. She frowned. Was I ignoring her? She turned to Jean and whispered, "Let's catch him before he runs back to bed." They came up with a quick plan. My mom would go down the hallway while Jean entered through the kitchen from the other side. That way, they could trap me before I had a chance to run off. But when they reached the hallway, there was no one there. The fridge stood alone in the dim light. The kitchen was empty. Confused, they walked to my room. Maybe I had run back to bed after all. But when they peeked inside, I was fast asleep. My breathing was slow, steady. I wasn't faking it. They knew me well enough to know that when I pretended to be asleep, I always ended up giggling. But that night, I was completely still. 7 years later, when my mom finally told me this story, I tried to laugh it off. "Maybe I was just pretending to be asleep," I suggested. She shook her head. "No," she said firmly. "Because every single time you fake sleeping, you'd start laughing. But that night you didn't move at all. And we both saw you." Whoever, or whatever, they had seen standing in that reflection, it wasn't me. That apartment never felt quite right, and my parents' unease only grew after my younger sister, Tasha, was born. By the time she turned 3, she had picked up a disturbing habit. She would sit in the corner near the front door, completely immersed in conversation, but there was no one there. At first, my parents brushed it off as childish imagination. Many kids had imaginary friends, right? But one day, they heard her calling them by name. She spoke to a boy and a girl. The boy was Philip. The girl was Mary. Those names were strange. My parents had never used them before, not in conversation, not in books, not in bedtime stories. Yet Tasha spoke to them daily, nodding and laughing as if they were real children sitting beside her. One night, my mother stood in the hallway, listening. Tasha's voice was soft, full of excitement, as she whispered secrets to Philip and Mary. Then, something changed. The air in the apartment grew cold. The lights flickered for just a second. And in the silence, my mother felt it, a presence. She didn't know how to explain it, but in that moment, it felt like someone was standing behind her, watching. She didn't dare turn around. Instead, she called Tasha's name softly. My sister stopped talking mid-sentence and looked up at her. "Who are you talking to, baby?" my mom asked gently. "Philip and Mary," Tasha said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. My mom hesitated. Where are they now? Tasha tilted her head slightly, like she was listening to something my mom couldn't hear. Then, she pointed toward the door. They just left. That was the last time my mom ever asked about Philip and Mary. It started when I moved to Washington. At first, everything was normal. The house felt fine, and I had no strange experiences. But a few months before I moved out, things changed. It began subtly, shadows moving in the corners of my vision, the constant feeling of being watched. At first, I brushed it off, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. I had read a lot about paranormal activity, and I knew that fear itself could make someone think they were experiencing something supernatural. But the more things happened, the harder it became to ignore. One of the first strange incidents happened while I was alone in the living room watching TV. I started hearing noises on the roof, slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone wearing heavy boots walking across the metal surface. It made no sense. We lived in a trailer home, a single-story place with no easy way to access the roof. There was no ladder outside, no reason for anyone to be up there. But the sounds kept coming. I told my dad, but he dismissed it, saying it was probably just my imagination. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. Then, one night, I was sitting in the living room, browsing on my laptop, when I heard footsteps on the porch. The same heavy boots. The sound of the wooden boards creaking under their weight. My heart started pounding. Everyone else in the house was asleep, and the night was pitch black outside. I felt a wave of fear but forced myself to check. I crept toward the window and peeked out. Nothing. The porch was empty. But the air felt thick, heavy, like something was lingering just out of sight. Gathering my courage, I stepped onto the porch. The night was eerily quiet, except for the faint rustling of the wind. And then, at the edge of our yard, I saw it, a shadow moving, slipping behind the house. It moved too quickly, too fluidly, almost like it wasn't solid. My instincts screamed at me not to follow, so I turned back inside and locked the door. Maybe it was a person playing a prank, but something about it didn't feel right. It felt wrong, unnatural. As time passed, I moved out of that house. But even after leaving, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me. Maybe it was all in my head, or maybe something had latched onto me. Whatever the case, things only got worse when I moved in with my boyfriend. The most terrifying thing happened just a few nights ago. It started as a dream, at least I thought it was just a dream. In it, I was with a friend in the house, and suddenly the police showed up, asking about a murder. My friend lied to them, saying she had nothing to do with it. That was when everything turned dark. My family appeared, my 3-year-old sister, my 14-year-old brother, and my 21-year-old sister. And then my friend transformed into something monstrous. What happened next was gruesome. The thing that used to be my friend tore my family apart, starting with my little sister. I was paralyzed, pretending to be dead so it wouldn't come for me too. I could see everything happening, but I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything. It was pure terror. Then, suddenly, I woke up, but I wasn't free. I was still paralyzed, still trapped in that same overwhelming fear. I knew I was in my room, I knew I was awake, but my body wouldn't respond. My mind kept screaming at me that if I moved I would die. Minutes passed, maybe 3, maybe 4, before I finally felt control return to my body. I gasped for air, my heart racing, sweat soaking through my clothes. I had never experienced anything like that before. I had no idea what it meant, but I knew one thing. I was too scared to sleep again. Since that night, I've had more nightmares. Some aren't as vivid, but they all leave me shaken. I don't know if this is something paranormal or something psychological. I don't even know what to think anymore. But I do know that every night, when I lie down, I'm afraid to close my eyes. I'm afraid that whatever this is, whatever followed me, is still here, waiting for the right moment. I don't know what's happening to me. If anyone has advice, I need to hear it. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. When my family moved into my grandma's old house, my sisters used to joke that she haunted the place. Being just 6 years old at the time, I believed it without question. At first, it was just a silly thought, something to tease each other about. But as time went on, I started noticing flashes of light in the shape of a woman. At that age, it terrified me. I had never met my grandma. She had passed away before I was born, so the idea that she might still be lingering in the house sent chills through me. Of course, no one believed me when I talked about it. That same year, my dad went to jail, leaving just my mom, my 2 older sisters, and me in the house. Strange things started happening, mostly small things at first. The door would randomly swing open on its own, and every time it did, my mom would casually say, "Kids, say hello to Grandma." It became a pattern. The door never moved without reason, only on special occasions, Easter, Thanksgiving, and always on Christmas. It was as if something or someone was still there, joining us for family gatherings. Over the years, we lost a lot of pets, mostly cats. They would disappear, or sometimes we would just find them lifeless. It always felt odd, but my family never made a big deal of it. When my dog died recently, I put his collar up as a decoration on my wall. Since then, the flashes of light haven't stopped. Even now, at 18, I still see them. They don't scare me the way they used to, but they are a constant presence in my mom's house. I have no doubt that spirits are real, and for the most part, they feel normal to me now. But things took a strange turn when I got into anime during high school. A friend recommended Rosario plus Vampire, and as I watched, one character caught my attention, the succubus. She had this energy about her, something that pulled me in. Curiosity got the best of me, and I started looking up what a succubus really was. The more I read, the more intrigued I became. I don't know why, but I decided to try summoning one, not because I wanted anything in particular, but just to see if it would work. I didn't expect anything to happen, but I was wrong. Since that night, strange things have been happening. Every night, around 3 a.m., my entire body locks up for just a second or two, followed by an intense cold shiver that runs down my spine. It's not like normal shivers, it feels deeper, as if something is passing through me. When I finally fall asleep, I feel like I'm not alone in my bed. The sensation is subtle but unmistakable, as if there is someone lying next to me, just barely brushing against me. I know my stepbrother is in the room with me, he sleeps across from me, but this presence feels different. It's not him. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But then my dreams changed. They'd become more vivid, stranger than before. I wake up feeling refreshed, more energized than I have in a long time. I should be scared, but for some reason I'm not. The weirdest thing happened last night. I was listening to music before bed, something I always do, and I distinctly heard a woman's voice telling me to listen to songs I don't normally play. It wasn't a thought in my head, it was a voice, real and clear. I don't know why, but I listened. That night, my dream was unlike anything I've ever experienced. I met a woman for the first time, but something about her felt off. The air was heavier, gravity felt stronger, and everything seemed slightly distorted. It was peaceful, yet unnatural. I remember feeling different, more serious, more focused. That isn't like me at all. Normally, I joke around, make sarcastic remarks, but in this dream, I was completely different. It was as if a part of me had changed, and I wasn't sure if it was entirely my own will. I don't know what's happening. Did I really summon something? Is it just my mind playing tricks on me? I don't feel scared, but I also don't feel entirely in control. Whatever this is, it's real, and it's here. Now I just have to figure out what it wants. When my son and I moved into a new apartment, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary for us. Money goes up, we get a place. Money goes down, we're homeless. We've learned to be okay with it. This time, we settled in North Chattanooga, an area that used to be buzzing with life about a decade ago. The apartment was small but cozy, with friendly neighbors, mostly musicians, artists, and easygoing party types. It was dog-friendly too, which was a big plus for us. Once we got everything set up, we noticed something strange. There was a small pocket of energy that seemed to move around the apartment at random. It wasn't something we could see, but we could definitely feel it. By this point, we had grown used to odd occurrences, so we weren't afraid. In fact, it gave off a light-hearted vibe, something that felt more curious than threatening. But our dog, Finnegan, reacted differently. He could see it. At first, we'd find him lazily stretched out on his side, staring into space. Then, out of nowhere, he'd leap up, his eyes locked onto something unseen. He'd bark, bay, and growl before cautiously stepping forward to sniff the air, the same way he would when meeting a stranger. The first time it happened, we were surprised. Then it became routine. Like clockwork, Finnegan would react at exactly 2 p.m., again around 7 or 8 p.m., and finally at 2 in the morning. At first, my son and I made a game out of it. "That guy's back to play with the dog," we'd joke, acknowledging the presence but never feeling any real concern. It felt similar to other positive experiences we had in the past. We even grew fond of the entity. But the baying at 2 in the morning? That got old fast. Finnegan had a howl that could probably wake people in Russia. We decided it was time to do something about it. Armed with the knowledge we'd gathered on cleansing and blessings, we invited some friends over. It turned into a casual apartment blessing, burning sage, drinking wine, and everyone singing or praying in whatever way suited them best. It was a good night. The next evening, my son and I stayed up late visiting neighbors and playing chess. Around 1 in the morning, we sat on our porch, enjoying the fresh air while watching a movie with the door open. That's when I saw him. At first I thought it was a friend, a young guy who would sometimes stop by. He was lying on the porch and sat up with a dopey, stoner-like grin. He was barefoot, wearing only cut-off shorts, with shaggy hair just like our friends. I was about to greet him when I realized something was off. It was nearly 2 in the morning, and I had no idea who this guy was. Finnegan reacted immediately, first his usual bay, then the swallow, then the hesitant sniff. The guy stretched out a hand toward him, smiling. Then he turned to walk through the door. And he couldn't. His expression changed. He frowned, looked around, then glanced back at me, his face stricken with confusion, almost like he was sorry for something. And then, just like that, he disappeared. I sat there stunned. Whatever cleansing we had done, it had worked. He physically could not step inside. A few days later, I saw him again, around 8 in the evening. Just like before, he sat up from the porch, glanced at me sadly, and vanished. It reminded me of an experience I had years ago after a near-death experience. A long story for another time. I remember sitting up just like that, looking around, not realizing I had technically died for a moment. Maybe this kid didn't know either. Curious, I started asking around the neighborhood if anyone had died in our building. The responses were clear. Oh, hell yes. Overdoses, shootings, alcohol poisoning, this place had seen it all. Given how this apparition always began with him lying on the porch, it wasn't a stretch to think he may have overdosed right there. The next time Finnegan reacted to his presence, I didn't see him, but I could feel him, a distinct pillar of energy standing in the doorway. I took a deep breath and spoke. "Buddy, do you know you've passed?" There was no response, at least not in words. But the energy stayed. I tried something I had read about before, visualizing a light and guiding him toward it. I explained to him that it wasn't that we didn't want him here, that he hadn't done anything wrong. There were just better places for him to be. I don't know if he heard me. I don't know if he understood. But I do know that after that night, Finnegan stopped baying at the door. The energy in the apartment changed. And I think finally he moved on.